Hello, everybody. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. It's my birthday. And people are very nice. I might tell you how old I am, and I might even tell the truth. Of course, I might not. Nobody would know. And I'll probably tell the truth. I don't care. Age is a number. As usual, I can't remember jack of what we read last week. I think we got out of Georgia. Everybody's back in Seattle now. The timeline doesn't work for she was supposed to have like job interviews and the timing doesn't work at all. They had a lot of sex in Georgia, which is probably spoilers where she gets knocked up. Because both author and idiots in book don't understand how birth control works. What else happened? We had the Layla thing finally pop up. So we have proof that at least one of his subs did survive him. Though I maintain 10 of them are dead and one other person. We have Layla alive, and oh yeah, we had the world's worst hospital, where a person that was presumably on a psych hold can apparently just walk out, because not like they have security or anything, or like locked wards or stuff like that. No, that doesn't exist. I mean, this is a world where police don't exist, so I guess you can just erase anything. It's kind of like in horror movies where there just is no cell phone service, even though they're like in a place where there definitely should be cell phone service. Or oh, my battery died, or I dropped it and it broke, or we just gotta make it to the highway and blah blah blah. Some movies just do the smart thing and ignore the existence of cell phones, because that's about all you can do for most horror movie premises. Jeepers Creepers addressed it fairly well, though, but they were also like 2001, where, if you were on the back roads and in between towns, the likelihood that there was no cell service was pretty high. I mean, there's still parts of northern Ontario where you would have some difficulty in some places getting a decent cell signal. Yeah, but that's because nobody lives in northern Ontario. You get about an hour past the north side of Toronto, get ready for a whole lot of nothing. About 3 days worth. Till you hit the Arctic Circle or Greenland, depending which way you're going. So yeah, we had the Layla stuff. She has escaped after breaking into the apartment. She has escaped the hospital. We don't know where she is. He's got his minions looking for her, which good luck with that. Finding random woman in very large city with no information and no cell phone to track. And of course he's not going to tell Anastasia what's going on. No. At this point, I can actually justify that because it is his personal, business, and he doesn't know that, she's going to become a target of it. So, yeah, I can justify not telling her, but still a pretty big deal going on. You could at least go like, oh, we're having some security issues with blah, blah, blah. You can give some justification without, telling all of the details. I think they had some kind of a moment where he told her some kind of a secret, or at least to him it was a big deal, but she definitely wanted more than he was willing to say. Oh yeah, and she said something like, "I'll never leave you," in her sleep, in a dream, but she said it out loud, and he has taken that as like factual and permanent, like her like swearing fealty to him practically, and saying she will never leave him because she said it in a dream, and that counts apparently. Oh, I have a feeling we're gonna have more baby talk in this one. I will try my best not to do a voice, though I make no promises tonight. And we have burn video to watch. I'm gonna give it about a half hour, let people come settle in, introduce the ducks, and then we'll get to the burn video. Though I'm taking my headphones off for it because I had to speed up the lines that I read. And by the way, oh, you know what? We're gonna play the national anthem. Then I will talk about the burn video for a minute. All rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
All right. Hello, everybody. Oh, whatever red dot in the middle of my forehead. Is that on the screen? No, it's not. That's on my face. Why is there something on my face? I scratched myself. Oh my god. Right before we start, I have to go and freaking scratch myself. Okay, let's see if a dot of concealer can help me here because I don't want that distracting me and everybody else all night. Thank God for the magical powers of makeup. But yes, I'm having kind of a thing here. I got new shampoo and I think it doesn't agree with me. So, red and itchy, but it'll wash out. So let's introduce our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, and Cinemark. Got through it. We have a special outfit. Matches the tie, which I remembered to put on this week. Yes, remembered the tie. Nice little outfit. My brows showing a little more than I want, but who cares? It's summer. I've long ago come to terms with the fact that anything summer, my braw's gonna show. That's just that's just life. And I used to get hassled for it in school, and it's like, what do you want me to do? They don't make clothes with wider straps, okay? Because when I was in high school, that was the height of the spaghetti strap mania. You could not find a shirt that had like more than spaghetti straps. It was not good if you were, you know, fuller figured lady, or just had broad shoulders. Why schools have such a thing about showing bra straps? Like, ugh. And this is also when the baggy pants thing was a thing of wearing your pants like around your freaking knees with your boxer shorts showing. That's okay, but my bra strap is showing, and I get told, like, no, 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 please don't. Like, you lost that battle, school. But schools make such a fuss over dress code, and most of it's bullshit. Okay, so we're picking up like mid chapter because I literally just had to pick a place to stop because there were no breaks, and we're in like a long chapter followed by another long chapter. So yeah, everybody came back. Everybody's back from Georgia, back to normal life. He's secretly plotting to buy every publishing house in Seattle without her knowing it to guarantee she gets a job. Uh, he's not telling her about the psycho stalker X that broke into his apartment. Also, I note that he did not give instructions, probably to Taylor, to like change all the codes on all of his properties. Or like change the locks or like have additional security or anything like that. It's like, I know you want to handle this yourself, but that means you actually have to handle it, you know? Like maybe take some precautions. But no, of course not. I think we're jumping right into a sex scene, possibly. Yeah, because I think that's why I stopped, because it's getting into a lengthy scene, and I don't want to. But I guess that's where we're starting. So he went back first, she just got back. He paid for first class and made sure he also just in like the most stalkery controlling move ever, he also bought the seat next to her seat just to make sure that a man was not sitting next to her. Like, that is not romantic, that is just such a sign of insecurity. Like, that's all I get every time he's like jealous of any other guy. It's massive insecurity. Like, on some level he knows that if she had any experience with decent men and like a good looking guy like actually hit on her who was nice to her, he would lose her in a second. So that's why the constant need to keep all straight men away from Anastasia. And it's like, dude. Oh, I'm always yawning. It'll stop. My lips feverish against hers, I tug the hair tie from her ponytail as her fingers knot in mine. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by need, desperate for her. When is he not? This guy is like hard and horny at all times. Like all times. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by my need, desperate for her, and I pull away, staring down into a face that's dazed with passion. Oh, I feel the same way. What is she doing to me? What's wrong? She whispers. And the answer is clear, ringing in my head. I've missed you. They were apart. Okay, he left like maybe 8 hours before her. Not even a full day. They have not actually been apart a full day since they met yet. Because, he doesn't let her go more than like 6 hours without him, like, controlling her in some way to, reinforce that brainwashing he's doing so well. I'm so glad you're back. Shower with me. Now. I'd be like, "No, thank you." Also, showering with someone, it's one of those things that sounds like a good idea and it sounds like it'll be sexy, and then it's just not. It's just really not. Oh, we also have birthday chocolates for later. The box, I just saw it behind me and remembered it was there. Yes, we're going to do birthday chocolates probably at like the halfway mark. I decided to do that instead of cake because I just wasn't feeling cake this year. Yes, she responds, her voice hoarse. I take her hand and we head to my bathroom. I turn on the shower, then face her. She's gorgeous, her eyes bright and gleaming with anticipation. As she watches me, my gaze racks down her body to her naked legs. I've never seen her in such a short skirt, with so much of her flesh on display, and I'm not sure I approve. She's for my eyes only. Oh God, here we go. We're already starting. We're already starting with the possessive crap. And what do you bet this is a skirt that he bought her or that he has bought her short skirts? But what? They're like short skirts that he approves of? Like, come on. And of course, my camera's zoomed in again, isn't it? It's all right. My painting is still on the wall up there. It's just a little higher. But it's easier to see the ducks like this, so the ducks deserve their moments. I like your skirt. It's very short. Too short. You have great legs. Stepping out of my shoes, I take off my socks, and without breaking eye contact, she too slips off her shoes. Fuck the shower. I want her now. You can do it in the shower. It's actually convenient, because then you don't have to shower after. No, depending on certain logistics. Stepping towards her, I clasp her head, and we step back so she is against the tiled wall, her lips parting as she inhales, holding her face and lacing my fingers into her hair. I kiss her cheek, her throat, her mouth. She's nectar, and I can't get enough. Ah, her breath catches in her throat, and she grasps my arms, but at her touch, there's no protest from the darkness within. We really gotta call it something. We couldn't do better than that, really? Couldn't do better than just the darkness? Like, come on. It's such a beginner phrase. There's just Anna, in all her beauty and innocence, kissing me back with a fervor that matches mine. My blood is thick with desire, my erection painful. I still want to know if that's actually a thing or if that's just a thing in books. I want you now, here, fast, hard. That's the only way he ever has sex. I murmur, my hands still running up her naked thigh beneath the skirt. Are you still bleeding? Oh yeah, they had period sex that was he made her very uncomfortable, let's just say. No. Good. I push her skirt up over her hips and hook both thumbs into her cotton panties and drop them to the floor, kneeling, slipping the panties down her legs. That also means she had her period for like 3 days, which is not impossible, but it's short. She gasps when I grab her hips and kiss the sweet junction beneath her pubic hair. Moving my hands to the backs of her thighs, I part her legs, exposing her clitoris to my tongue. That would not moving the legs apart would not facilitate exposing that. That's not how females work. When I start my sensual assault, her fingers drive into my hair, my tongue torments her, and she moans and tips her head back against the wall. She smells exquisite. She tastes better. She purrs. She tilts her pelvis towards my invading, insistent tongue, and her legs begin to tremble. Enough. I want to come inside her. We're still spelling come wrong. It will be my skin against her skin again, like in Savannah, or like several other times you've been naked together quite a lot. Releasing her, I stand and grasp her face, capturing her surprised and disappointed mouth with mine, kissing her hard. I unzip my fly and lift her. Okay, just need 3 rows left, one button. The pants. Because just unzipping them, it's going to be uncomfortable. Clutching her under her thighs, wrap your legs around me, baby. My voice is rough and urgent. As soon as she does, I thrust forward, sliding into her. Now I'm picturing that there's a scene in uh who is it? Girl who played Jessie on Saved by the Bell. Spanos. Jessie. No, just that's the real name. Elizabeth Berkley. Showgirls. The movie Showgirls. At the time, believe it or not, anyone doesn't know this is true. At the time, Showgirls, that movie that was an infamous flop and is still made fun of for being one of the worst movies ever made. It like The Room is first, and then Showgirls. At the time when it was being made, it was the highest selling screenplay in Hollywood. In the history of Hollywood, $2 million just for the screenplay. So something went disastrously wrong, or like who thought if the screenplay is even like 60 to 70% of what wound up on screen, and I think that it is. I think it was pretty accurate to the screenplay as it was sold. Who thought that that was going to be a big hit? Like, it's a disjointed mess of hot garbage. There's so much unnecessary nudity, and I'm all for nudity in films, but it has to like be in service of the plot or the story. It can't just be for the sake of it. And that movie is the definition of having nudity for the sake of it. Like movies that did it well with having nude scenes, Thomas Crown Affair. Original Sin. If you have not seen Original Sin with Angelina Jolie, Antonio Banderas, there are a couple I didn't know I needed, but they're really great. And that is a movie that also likewise has a lot of sex scenes, has a lot of nudity, but there is a reason for them. They're not just to say, look, we have sex scenes. You know, they make sense in the terms of the movie. And it's a very small part of the movie. It's the most remembered parts, I'm sure, but hi, there's a puppy. He would like to be a puppy. You can come up. Oh no, I want belly. I'm gonna be a little suck. Roll over and show you my belly because I'm a suck. And watch, then he's gonna get up and paw at my leg again. And go, excuse me, I'm a doggy. All right, one more belly, and then if you don't come up, I'm ignoring you. Okay? If you don't come up, I'm gonna ignore you. You don't like being ignored. Yes, now he's on my leg. Come on, up. Okay, whoa! Control the paws, control the feet. Hi, we have a puppy. Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay, you have to let me control your feet so you don't break things, because you break things. You know you don't mean to. I know you don't mean to, and you can't lick me right now because I have makeup on. You don't like that because you're a puppy. Okay, the camera is bugging me because it's glitching. So let me see if I can fix it without breaking anything. It's gonna go off for a second. There is not a problem. The doggy didn't do it. It's still doing the zoomed in thing. Usually if I flick it like that, it'll stop. I don't know why it's doing that. Shouldn't be. Hmm. Yep. Hmm. Now it's annoying me. Hmm. Well, we'll deal with it. But I'm guessing I'm the only one who can see it, but it keeps like flicking on the corner, but If it's not bothering anyone, then it's okay. What do you think, puppy? What do you think? See, he thinks I should hold him and pet him for 4 hours, and that would be a really good use of my time. Because he's a puppy. And he's a cuddler, aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you, little baby? Yes, you are, little baby. Yes, you are, little baby. Oh, yes, your baby. Yes, your baby. Let's see. What do you want to see? Huh? What do you want to see? Hmm? You puppy doodles. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, 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 good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. All right, let's see if I can remember where we were. My phone is not the best bookmark, but it keeps the pages from turning on me. Hopefully, puppy will go curl up for a while. Uh, I'm sure he will be back. Oh. uh, she's mine. She's heaven. Clinging to me, she whimpers as I plunge into her. I'm not sure that's a compliment. Slowly at first, then building as my body takes control, driving me forward, driving me into her, faster and faster, harder and harder, my face at her throat. See, this is why it's making me think of the scene from Showgirls, because the way he is describing it is that pool scene of whatever the hell her name is, and the douchebag guy, which is every guy in that movie. But they're in the pool and they're supposed to be going at it, but she is clearly like a foot and a half too high to be actually doing anything. So it just looks ridiculous and a lot of splashing. So, but you can tell there's no way that he is actually getting anything from how high up she is. And the fact that like that was the take that they used. Though I kind of get the impression that a lot of the scenes in that movie were like one, maybe two takes. I don't know if they had like a super short production schedule or the director didn't know how to like allocate time, but yeah, it's definitely a movie that reads of being a lot of first takes. And there's some people in there that actually are good actors. Like I forget his name, but the the guy who's trying to teach her how to dance, the black guy, and he's also in Speed. What is his name? I don't remember. But he's actually a good actor. Like I remember he was in other things too that I cannot think of at this moment, but he is actually a good actor. I cannot say that Elizabeth Berkley was a good actor. Why? Do you mean to watch with a girl or Oh, I just remembered who else is in that too, and he's playing. For those who don't know, he's playing Michael Bublé, from what I heard. But the guy who, again, I don't know his name. God damn it! He's most known for being in Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, and playing the saloon owner Hank. He plays the stand-in for Michael Bublé, and that whole scene at the end, if you know, you know, that R, shall we say, rated scene supposedly really happened. The story was all over Hollywood, and that's how it wound up in the movie. And that's who he's supposed to be playing. Michael Bolton, I think he was playing Bolton or Bublé. Bolton, I think. I don't know, but the story's around, and But yeah, that guy, uh, I wish I knew his name. But he's a really good actor as well. Like I feel like in Dr. Quinn he's underrated because he doesn't get a lot of like screen time in some episodes. He's kind of like a bit of a background side character, but there are moments when, oh my god, does he slay it? Like he has freaking chops. Like, and watch him going up against Jane Seymour in some of the like one-on-one scenes they have. He absolutely like owns it. Like I wish there were more like Hank centric episodes. And not about him being evil. Though if you think about it, he's not that evil of a character. People think that he's a lot more evil than he is. He's really sweet when you get down to it. But again, Nightwolf, why is Showgirls the scariest movie for men? Why? I need some context on that. Why? Oh, now there's a heat wave coming. Great. I'm gonna melt. Oh, I miss air conditioning. I already miss air conditioning. It's already too hot to like sleep in my bedroom, and I don't know what I'm gonna do because I can't sleep on my couch because I have to get rid of my couch because it's destroyed. I have to figure out how to get rid of it because I have a couch and a chair that I need to get rid of, and there is bulk pickup days. Like the building calls the city like usually about every month or so, and so there's a set day where the city comes and picks up like bigger items like couches and stuff. The problem is I have to get the couch from my apartment on the 20th floor to wherever it has to be picked up. I'm going to call and actually ask where that is. I'm assuming it's just like out in front of the building, like on the sidewalk next to the driveway, because that's the only place like a truck could actually come pick it up. But it's not easy to drag a 3 to 4 seater couch by yourself into an elevator, and I'm also afraid I'm afraid I'll damage the elevator, quite frankly. But also just yeah, like I'd have to stand it up to make it fit. I don't think I can physically do that myself. Like moving a couch is definitely a 2 to 3 person job because you need two people to move the couch and you need one person to hold the doors. I am best suited for door holding, but I don't have anyone to move it for me because I've wanted to get rid of it like the last 2 3 times we've had bulk pickup days, but I didn't have anyone to move it and the building won't help. So I don't know, but I'm gonna have to figure it out because it needs to go. This is why there's so many movies of crazy, dangerous, beautiful women. Original Sin qualifies. What's that one with Glenn Close? Um, the one where she's like an obsessive stalker or something. I don't remember. Dangerous Liaisons. Uh, then the Sarah Michelle Gellar version of Dangerous Liaisons. When they were, for some reason, there was this thing in the 90s of making all the Shakespeare plays like into teen movies. But hey, we got 10 Things I Hate About You out of it. One of the best Heath Ledger performances, R.I.P. to him ever. Itchy. And I will say, I never thought of Elizabeth Berkley as being particularly good looking, if I'm being honest. Who's on the other page? She moans and I feel her quicken around me. They've been having sex for like 7 seconds and she's ready to orgasm already. Like I swear he like this is not how real women work. Fatal Attraction. That's the one. That's the Glenn Close one. Fatal Attraction. She beat out all the others. What does that mean? I know they went through like 99% of the women in Hollywood trying to fill that role. She didn't beat anyone for it. She was the only one willing to do it because women with actual careers turned it down because of the disgusting amounts of nudity and the fact that it was garbage. She took the role because she was coming off Saved by the Bell and didn't want to be seen as the child star anymore and thought that this R-rated mostly naked movie would help change her image into look, I'm a grown up now. Instead it was completely like ended her career. But I'm pretty sure it ended like the director screenplay guy's career too. Mm-hmm. Where is it? And I'm lost in her, in us. As she climaxes, crying out her release. They've literally been having sex for like less than one full page. This is not how sex works. The feel of her pulsing around me tips me over the edge, and I come deep and hard inside her, growling out a garbled version of her name. I kiss her throat, not wanting to withdraw, waiting for her to calm. We're in a cloud of steam. Hi, dog on my leg. Hi. All right, I guess to men, she is something worth watching in that movie. Yes, I know that you want all the attention in the world, but you were up on my lap like 2 seconds ago. I mean, he's arguing to the contrary. He's saying, "No, I wasn't. You can't prove it." Up, up. No, I'm not rubbing your belly again. No. No, you are not getting belly. All right, one belly, and then you either jump up or you better leave me alone, you little wolf. Because you're not going to be pawing at me all night. Now, come on. Up, up. Up, up. Nope, no more belly. You don't want belly. Nope. You don't want to come up. You're not getting anything. Come on. Up, up. Up, up. Oh, you are being a little brat. You are being a brat. You are a brat. All right, you want to come up? You better hurry. Come on, up. Come on, up, up. Bo, come on. Nope, come on, up, up. Up, come on. Come on. You can do it. Good boy. Come on, good boy. Now he's rolling over on his other side. Come on. Yes, belly. Okay, here. Scritch. Here, scritch under your chin. Come here. You want up? Come on up. Oh my god, there we go. Oh my god. Oh my god, puppy. Hi. Way to just shove my tie right in my mouth. Thank you. He's fine. Here he is. Here's the little baby. Yes, here he is. He couldn't decide if he wanted up or if he wanted to try for more belly. You okay? Whoa! What are we doing? Okay, okay. You don't like that. He doesn't like it when I make him face the camera. Yes, he's here. You're still a suck. You're a sucky baby. You sucky baby. Yes, you are. You sucky baby. He is, and he knows it. Yes. Thomas is asleep over there. He got his paw stepped on today because he ran right under my foot as I was like stepping. I couldn't avoid him. He got apologized to and loved on, but he's over there sleeping. Are you two gonna get along tonight? Please. He says no. Okay, well, at least don't wake me up by fighting in my bed, okay? Yeah. Okay? You two want to fight? Come out to the living room. kitty's good. He's a big fat kitty. And he was walking around meowing, announcing that it was spring and he would like to go outside. And then I opened the door of the balcony. He realized it's Sub-Zero and went, "No, I don't want to go outside." Even though he's got like many layers of polar bear fur, his little feet get cold, and he's like, "Nope, don't like that." That, and I won't let him escape to the other side of the balcony. All right. Now you have had plenty of attention and cuddles. So you are going to go sleep on your pillow, okay? Okay? Can we go sleep on our pillow and be a good boy? Can we do that? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I believe in your ability to be a good boy and not bother me. Okay? Yes, Billy, Billy, Billy. Okay, say bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. More storms. We got hail like 2 days ago. Like all day. It was thunderstorm and hailstorms all day. It was into the minuses. On May 1st, it's into the minuses. I gotta remember to find my crazy glue and fix my phone case. Seriously? Oh, needs to stop. We're in a cloud of steam from the shower. They never got. Okay, by the way, this is atrociously badly written because they never got in the shower. He said you need a shower and then said fuck it, I don't want to wait that long, and they just started doing it, I guess, wherever they were. But now supposedly they're in the shower. And my shirt and pants are sticking to my body. He didn't even take his pants off to have sex. He just undid his fly, which I gotta believe that would be pretty uncomfortable. But I don't care. Anna's breathing slows, and she feels weightier in my arms as she relaxes. Her expression is wanton and dazed as I pull out of her, so I hold her fast while she finds her feet. Her lips rise in a winsome smile. "Thesaurus!" "You seem pleased to see me," she says. "Yes, Miss Steele. I think my pleasure is pretty self-evident. Come, let me get you in the shower." Okay, so they turned the shower on and then just stood in front of it having sex because that's a thing. I undress quickly, and when I'm naked, I begin undoing the buttons on Anna's blouse. Her eyes move from my fingers to my face. "How is your journey?" I ask. "Fine, thank you," she says, her voice a little throaty. "Thanks once again for first class. It really is a much nicer way to travel." She takes a quick breath as if she's steeling herself. "I have some news," she says. "Oh, what now?" I remove her blouse and deposit it on top of my clothes. "I have a job." She sounds reticent. How does he not already know this since he's like been like stalking her interviews? Why? Did she think I'd be angry? Of course she's found a job. Yeah, because he secretly arranged it. Pride swells in my chest. Why? "Congratulations, Miss Steele. Now will you tell me where?" I ask with a smile. "You don't know? Why would I know? With your stalking capabilities, I thought you might have." She's entirely right, by the way, and yes, he did. But he's not going to admit it. He stops to study my face. "Anastasia, I wouldn't dream of interfering in your career unless you asked me to, of course." Bull fucking shit! Bullshit, 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 bullshit. That is the biggest bullshit statement possibly in this entire goddamn series, because all he will proceed to do from this point forward is interfere with her career at every goddamn point, because he doesn't want her to work and actively prevents her from doing so, and goes to like great lengths to ensure that she will never have a career ever. Like, he destroys any chance of her having a career within a matter of days. Oh, that is the biggest bullshit statement ever. Oh. So you have no idea which company? No. I know there are 4 publishing companies in Seattle, so I'm assuming it's one of them. SIP, she announces. Oh, the small one. Good. Well done. It's the company that Roz identified as ripe for a takeover. This will be easy. See? 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 He knows he's full of shit. He knows he's fucking full of shit because he's already. I wouldn't dream of interfering with your career. Literal next line. Good, it'll be easy to buy the company that just hired her. Oh. It's so bad. I mean, at the moment, I would not mind having a rich boyfriend that buys a company so I can always have a job, mostly because I need a job without the boyfriend, but. But I don't think I'd ever want to work for anybody that I was like in a relationship with. It'd be like too complicated. I sure as hell wouldn't want to work for my family. I kiss Anna's forehead. Clever girl. When do you start? Monday. Not soon. I better take advantage of you while I still can. Turn around. Oh god. All he ever thinks about. One thing. She obeys immediately. I remove her bra and skirt, then cup her behind and kiss her shoulder. Leaning against her, I nuzzle her hair. Her scent lingers in my nostrils. I swear, E.L. James is like a smell fetish of some kind. I swear to God. Soothing, familiar, and uniquely Anna. The feel of her body against mine is both calming and enticing. She really is the whole package, minus brains of any kind. You intoxicate me, Miss Steele, and you calm me. Such a heady combination. Grateful that she's here, I kiss her hair and then take her hand and pull her into the hot shower. Ow, she squeals and closes her eyes, flinching under the steamy cascade. It's only a little hot water. I grin down at her. Okay, if it's hot enough that you're going, ow, turn it down. Like, I'm also not a fan of, like, super hot showers or hot tubs for that matter. Opening one eye, she lifts her chin and slowly surrenders to the heat. See, this is where I would be getting out or telling him to turn it down. Turn around, I order. I want to wash you. She complies and I squeeze some sour gel onto my hand, work up a lather, and begin to massage her shoulders. I have something else to tell you, she says, her shoulders tensing. Oh, yes. I keep my voice mild. Why is she tense? My hands glide over her chest to her beautiful breasts. My friend Jose's photography show is opening Thursday in Portland. Yes, what about it? The photographer again. I said I would go. Do you want to come with me? The words come in a rush as if she's anxious to get them out. An invitation. I'm stunned. I only get invitations from my family, from work, and from Elena. What time? The opening is at 7:30. This will count as more, surely. I kiss her ear and whisper, okay. Her shoulders soften as she leans back against me. I'm amazed that he's like not forbidding her to go. She seems relieved, and I'm not sure whether to be amused or annoyed. See, there it is. Am I really that unapproachable? Yes, and you know it. Jerk. Were you nervous about asking me? Yes. How can you tell? Anastasia, your whole body's just relaxed. I masked my irritation. Well, you just seem to be, on the jealous side. That's putting it extremely lightly. Yes, I'm jealous. The thought of Anna with anyone else is unsettling. Very unsettling. Yes, I am, and you do well to remember that. But thank you for asking. We'll take Charlie Tango. She flashes me a quick grin as my hands slide down her body. The body she's given to me and no one else. Stop! Oh my god, stop. And Can I wash you? She asks, diverting me. I don't think so. I kiss her neck as I rinse her back. Will you ever let me touch you? Her voice is a gentle entreaty, but it doesn't stop the darkness that's swirling suddenly from nowhere and tightening around my throat. Hi, Persnickety! I was literally just thinking of you. We've got the burn video coming up. I'm gonna play it when we get to a pause spot. You missed a sex scene, so you have good timing. And there's a puppy pawing at my leg again. You lay down. Don't give me that look. You know I love you. You have had so much attention already tonight. Come here. Come here, you. Uh, Bo, this is not yours. Okay, Bo, I'm trying to pick you up, but you're not making it easy. Oh. Okay, give me your feet. Give me all of your feet. Okay, you get a quick hello. Okay, you get a quick hello. This is your third time coming up tonight. Yes. Say hi to everybody. Hi, I'm a little puppy. My name is Bo. And I'm very demanding. And I like to be the center of attention. Don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do, you sweet little thing. Yes, you do. Oh, I forgot to do plugs. Okay. Uh, Stream Elements link should be at the top. We still have 2 ducks that have never been out of this bag. So for anybody who would like to tip or sponsor or donate or whatever you want to call it, for $10 I will draw a duck and you get to name it. For 25 I will put on actual police issue handcuffs. Yes, they are real. They are real. They have a key. We have a safety key. There is a key on a string around the monitor so that I always have access to a key just in case, because they are not safety cuffs. I can't release them with a tab like the other ones that we broke multiple pairs of. It is not my fault that multiple pairs of those broke. They were really cheap, okay? And if anyone's crazy and wants to tip $50, I will chug a glass of wine in one. Right, puppy? Yeah. He mostly likes the ducks. Yes, because you're always hoping I will drop one and then you'll get to chew on it. He's got like a million toys, but he always wants whatever he can't have. Don't you? Yes, that's why I get into the garbage. They have yet to build a garbage can that he cannot get into. Doesn't matter if the lid screws on, snaps on, clamps on. Doesn't matter. I've gone through all of them. He will find a way to get in there, won't you? That's where the food is. Yes, make it seem like I never feed you, even though you've always got a full bowl of kibble. He considers kibble like his backup food. You know, you'd think he was like a rescue from the streets or something the way he goes for garbage, but he's not. He's not. He's a pet store doggy. So he's always been well fed. Yes, you have. Okay, I'm gonna put you down, and this time I want you to go to sleep, okay? Go find your pillow and go to sleep, okay? Because you're very tired, and that's why you're being sucky. So go for nap naps, okay? Okay, nap naps. And he was getting attention all day too, so he's had plenty of attention. Kitty's still over there. He's pretending he's still sulking because they stepped on his foot, but he got apologized to in belly rubs. And I gave him extra food, which is all he really cares about. Alright, where were we? Will you ever let me touch you? Her voice is a gentle entreaty, but it doesn't stop the darkness that's swirling suddenly from nowhere and tightening around my throat. No. I will it away, cupping and concentrating on Anna's ass. Her fucking glorious behind. My body responds on a primal level. Here we go. You can't go 2 seconds without sex. At war with the darkness. I need her. I need her to chase away my fear. Put your hands on the wall, Anastasia. I'm going to take you again. Not so much asking, do you want seconds? Just announcing. I whisper, and with a startled glance at me, she splays her hands on the tile. Yeah, that sounds like she wants it so much. Startled glance. Yeah, that's I want you, baby. I grab her hips, pulling her back from the wall. Hold fast, Anastasia. To what? It's a wet tiled wall. There's nothing to hold on to. I warn as the water streams over her back. She bends her head and braces herself as my hands sweep through her pubic hair. She squirms, her behind brushing my arousal. Fuck. And like that, my residual fear melts away. Do you want this? I ask. Well, there's a first. I think that's the actual first time. I ask as my fingers tease her. In answer, she wiggles her butt against my erection, making me smile. Tell me, I demand, my voice strained. Yes. Her agreement slices through the pouring water, keeping the darkness at bay. The images this is conjuring in my head are hilarious. You know when your hair is like just long enough that it starts getting in your ears? Oh, baby. She's still wet from earlier. From me, from her, I don't know. In the moment, I give a silent word of thanks to Dr. Green. No more condoms. Yeah, she's been on birth control for 4 whole days and they've stopped using condoms. Is it any wonder what happens happens? I mean, I get her not knowing better because she's an idiot and like a virgin in every sense of the word, as well as just plain stupid. But he definitely should know a lot better because he's got, you know, a ton of experience. I ease into Anna and slowly, deliberately make her mine again. Okay, there's a break here. I'm taking the break. Plus, we're hitting the 1 hour mark, so stretch. Oh, stretch break. And we are going to play the burn video. Now, fair warning, there were a lot of lines from 50 Shades Freed that I had highlighted, and I dropped like the last 100 pages where it gets really, really bad. And it's still bad, and I still had to speed up the lines to like double speed, and I was doing a cartoon voice, so I sound extra chipmunky. Um, but hopefully the music and everything makes it work. If I get too cringe hearing my own voice, I may take my headphones off, but we shall see. Okay, there should be sound. If there is not, let me know. You know, I'm just gonna turn my cam off for a minute. You should still be able to hear me. Yeah, still in the stream with audio. I'll turn the camera back on after because I don't want to block uh the burn vid. But here goes. Hopefully the volume is good, and hopefully it works. But I got through as many of the lines and burned as many of the pages as I could. Went a little too far. I can confirm that this book burned differently than all the others in that it actually burned. I didn't have to light it like 4 times to get it to light. It burned really well. You could not still read it after it had been burned. And there was virtually no smoke. So definitely the publisher like changed paper stock or something on this one, and certainly on the one we're reading because we've seen it goes up like flash paper. But here goes nothing. Here is finally, I know I'm way late, the burn video for 50 Shades Freed.
Explain everything for him right now. I'd do anything.
Stop won't be enough because we'll probably say that he won't mean it. I'm going to fuck you until you scream.
I'm helpless. I'm his. Just his to do with as he wills. He kisses away the year, clutching my face between his hands. What has he done to me? How did I not feel him doing this to me? Holy hell, I look like I've been in some sort of accident. How dare you mark me like this? Like some teenager. No, I'm not okay after what he's done to me. I'm aware of him behind me before I hear him.
Yes, domestic violence bad.
Christian, you have to stop unilaterally trying to bring me to heel. Can he see what he's done? Emotionally, Christian is an adolescent.
Because of your disobedience, Anastasia. Oh, no, you don't, Anastasia. He grabs both my hands and bites them away.
No, no, no!
Don't move, or I will tie you down, he adds darkly.
It's wide and cup-like and hides the red marks. It also costs 30,000 euros. Christian's mad. What was I thinking?
I know I've objectified women for too long.
No! Stop! I scream.
I would know I could keep you safe, because you wouldn't defy me.
His hand still curled around my neck beneath my chin. I think I'm going to pass out on the table. This is going to rip me apart. His deranged reasons for doing so. His control freakery. His stalker tendencies gone mad, given complete free reign because he's so wealthy. Oh, what kinky fuckery is this?
Anna, do as you're told, please.
I want to crawl into his lap, have him hold me and tell me that he loves me, even though I don't do as I'm told.
I want to punish you, he whispers. Really beat the shit out of you.
Don't be mad at me, please. I think you're overreacting. Your strained menace in his voice is frightening and his eyes blaze as he stares at me as if I'm the fucking lunatic.
All because you can't follow a simple fucking request.
I've chosen this outfit because Christian likes it. I need to face the consequences of my rash decision and actually enjoy myself with a friend.
No, you can't, he snaps.
And I acquiesce immediately.
We'll spank you if you pout. Now open wide.
Tears spring to my eyes and I don't know how far he's going to take this. This is not love. This is revenge. That he frightened me. That I didn't know he'd stop. That I begged him and he didn't stop. That I didn't want things to escalate. Like that one time in here. I shudder as I recall him whipping me with his belt.
Drink it. Drink it now.
I do as I'm told.
In fact, subduing you in bed is a fantasy of mine, but I'd like some resistance.
I place my hand on his chest, pushing with all my might, trying to move him, while he endeavors to pry my legs apart with his knee. I stop acting. Again, I struggle in vain to wrest my hand out of his hold, and at the same time I try to hook my ankles together and attempt to pluck him off me. He's too heavy.
What do you mean, don't shout at you? I like to whip little brown-haired girls like you because we'll look like a crack whore.
You scare me sometimes. I know that expression, and I know better than to disobey. When will I tell him? Tonight? Maybe after sex. Maybe during sex. No, that might be dangerous for both of us. I don't fucking believe it. How could you be so stupid? Christian's still treating me like I was made of glass. He still won't let me go to work. Christian is always mad at me. He's such a control freak. Christian is really quite scary.
Yay! Right? They really do. Like, once they catch, it's just whoosh. And, like, almost completely smokeless, too. Like, I was not choking on anything this time. And my bathroom doesn't smell that much like burned. So Kitty is not that unhappy with me. I'm debating whether to have birthday chocolates now. No, I'll wait till the halfway point for birthday chocolates. It's something, yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Completely yes. Yeah, because they went up. And again, it was no longer readable after it burned. It actually burned. You know, instead of just kind of charring over, but you could literally, because with the first two, literally, I could still pick up like large pieces and still perfectly read them after they'd been on fire. It was weird. on my back's making me shiver. The weather here can't decide what it wants. Like I said, on the first, it was in the minuses, and we were having hail. Very unique thing to be having hail and thunderstorms at the same time, but we pulled it off all day. So, happy birthday to me, and thank you everyone for being here. Making me laugh with wine in my mouth, dude. I didn't mean to, but good timing. Thank you for Snickety. You know, if you would like to give Sasha a birthday treat for me, that would be okay. I wrap her in a bathrobe and kiss her soundly. Dry your hair, I order. Can he ever just say I ask? No, because everything has to be orders. Handing her a hairdryer I never use. Are you hungry? Famished, she admits, and I don't know if she means it, or if she said it merely to please me, but pleased I am. Great, me too. I'll check where Mrs. Jones is with dinner. You have 10 minutes. Don't get dressed. I kiss her once more and pad out into the kitchen. Yeah, I would not be acquiescing to the eating naked while there's other people around. No, no, no. Thank you, Satel. Gail is washing something at the sink. She looks up as I peer over her shoulder. Clams, Mr. Gray, she says. Delicious. Pasta alla vongole, one of my favorites. Ew, seafood. 10 minutes, I ask. 12, she says. Great. She gives me a look as I head into my study. I ignore it. She's seen me in less than my bathrobe before. What the hell is her problem? So confirmed that, like, his entire staff has probably seen him naked and he doesn't care, but, you know, other people might. I check through some emails in my phone to see if there's news about Layla. Oh yes, it's also still trying to find a random woman in a very large city with no information and no way to track her after she escaped from the world's worst hospital. Nothing. But since Anna's arrival, I don't feel as hopeless as I did earlier. Anna enters the kitchen at the same time as I do, lured no doubt by the tantalizing smell of our dinner. When she sees Mrs. Jones, she clutches the neck of her bathrobe. See, this is why I would have put on clothes no matter what he said. Just in time, Gail says, serving our meal in 2 large bowls at the place settings on the counter. Sit, and point to one of the bar stools. Anna's anxious eyes pass from me to Mrs. Jones. She's self-conscious. Baby, I have staff. Get over it. This is in his head. Idiot, it's not that you have staff. It's that she's wearing a fucking bathrobe with nothing underneath it. In front of the staff. You might be okay with that. But that doesn't mean she's okay with that, because I sure as fuck would not be. Wine? I offer to distract her. Please, she says, sounding reserved as she takes her seat. I open a bottle of Sancerre and pull out 2 small glasses. There's cheese in the fridge if you'd like, sir, Gail says. I nod and she exits the room, much to Anna's relief. I take my seat. Cheers. I raise my glass. Cheers. Anna replies. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Oops. The book did that. And the crystal glasses sing as we clink. She takes a bite of her food and makes an appreciative noise in the back of her throat. Perhaps she is famished. Are you going to tell me? She asks. Tell you what? Mrs. Jones has outdone herself. The pasta tastes delicious. What I said in my sleep. Oh yeah, he didn't tell her what she said. Oh my god. Oh my god. How would you respond? Honest to God. How would you respond if somebody told you that in your sleep you had said, I will never leave you, and the person that heard you say it in your sleep is taking it seriously and trying to hold you to it? How would you respond to this? Because dear God, I shake my head. Eat up. You know I like watching you eat. She pouts with mock exasperation. You're so pervy, she exclaims under her breath. Oh, baby, you have no idea. And a thought springs to mind. Maybe we should explore something new in my playroom tonight. Something fun. You're gonna play Twister? You know, the Twister, when it first came out, got accused of selling sex in a box. I have no. I'm trying to think. I don't know when Twister came out. I know it's old. I know it's really old. Like, it maybe came out in like the 50s. But how freaking repressed were people if they thought Twister was such a sexual game? Like, but I'm also trying to remember that at that time they couldn't show, even on TV, they couldn't show married couples sleeping in the same bed. That's why on I Love Lucy, they had separate beds, even though they were a married couple. Because they couldn't show a married couple in the same bed. They couldn't show a man and a woman, even a married couple, in the same bed. So all TV couples had separate beds. I also love that the movie Pleasantville made fun of that. Because it was wonderful. Oh, Sadell. Thank you. Oh, you're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. It probably did. You are probably correct about that. All right. Well, we got birthday money. So, since it did not say, I am going to use it as an excuse to chug a glass and put on handcuffs. Oh wow. Okay. The scratch on my wrist, I really did not think would read on camera so well. It really doesn't look that red. I scratched it on the garbage chute earlier. I cleaned it very well with alcohol. Not this kind, actual like proper alcohol, because garbage chute. It didn't like break the skin, it just scratched me. But I had a friend once at my last building years ago, many years ago, that and I'd warned them about this. The garbage chute was like split apart, the metal, and it was super old. And so it was sharp AF where the corner had split apart. And I warned them, they didn't fix it. She was throwing out the trash one day. The chute, like the spring was gone, so it would just slam shut really hard. You had to be careful of it. And she let go and it slammed and it sliced her hand all the way down here. And I warned her immediately, like, you need to go to the hospital, because also it severed the tendon on her pinky finger. Her finger was like this and she couldn't straighten it. And she went to the hospital. They cleaned it, they stitched it. She went home. Next morning, she comes on knocking at my door at like 8 a.m. when she knows I'm asleep, because I'm not a morning person. And I get up and I look, and the veins in her hand and upper arm are turning black, which is blood poisoning, which is you have X amount of hours to live. And having seen this on TV, yes, it's my birthday night, Wolf. Thank you. Having seen them do it on TV, and she did not believe me that she was in serious danger. She was just like, oh, it's infected. I'll go to my doctor. They open at like 10:30. I'm like, no, you're going to the ER now, right now. We're not waiting. We're going now. And she didn't believe me that it was serious or anything. So I did what they do on TV, which is take a pen I drew a dotted line at the top of the black, which is about here at this point, which is already dangerous because if it gets like up to here, your life is in danger. And so I drew a dotted line and wrote the exact time. And then I made her come down to the office with me where there's other people. And I'm like, just show him your hand. And she showed him with the black veins. And immediately the person's like picking up the phone, calling 911. And that's when my friend finally believed me that like, oh, this is serious. Blood poisoning is a real thing. It's not a made up for TV thing. And in the like 5 minutes it had taken us to go downstairs, the black had already come above the line that I had drawn. And I was like, oh God, we're really going to the hospital fast now. She was okay. She was in the hospital for 2 days and had to have surgery, but she was okay. Though she never got the use of her pinky back. She couldn't move it for like the rest, as far as I know, the rest of her life. She couldn't straighten it. So I know that garbage chutes are very, very filthy. Though I will say it's kind of good timing on my end because they just cleaned them like last week. So they're less disgusting than they were. And this time nobody threw trash accidentally on the guys cleaning them because that happened about 2 years ago because the building failed to lock the doors to the trash chutes. And so somebody threw a bag of trash on top of the guy cleaning it and they quit. For the day. They came back the next day, but they were like, screw it. Which I kind of don't blame them. Because, like, what if there was something heavy in there and it, like, whacked somebody in the head? And, like, who, if you know somebody is going to be in the garbage chute cleaning it, why would you not lock the doors? But they're dumb, is the answer. All right, here goes nothing. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Thank you for the birthday donation. Couldn't do it. Sorry, pesky need for breathing. We're good. Okay. Top of the mouse bed. I probably should clean these. I don't want to damage them. Because I know, like some types of coated steel and stuff, if you use the wrong cleaner on it, it, like, messes it up. I don't know. Would you use chrome cleaner for something like... They're not chrome. There's got to be a Googleable answer. There. Not too tight, not too loose. I think we got it. Silicone piece case that I'm going to lose if I don't fix that very soon. Tell me about this friend of yours, I ask. My friend? The photographer. Like, how is he not... You know that, again, he would have done, like, deep background checks on any name that she gives of any person by now. Especially the guy that he's jealous of. Even though she's made it abundantly clear that she has no interest in Jose at all. Like, he could not be more of the Jacob. Bella had more interest in Jacob for one movie. You know, I was watching an actual therapist breaking down how atrocious Bella and Edward's relationship in Twilight is. I'd forgotten how controlling Edward is. I think that's a lot of what translated into this. He really is. Because he sabotages her car so that she can't go to the res. He has his sister like keep tabs on her so that she doesn't see Jacob. He controls like who she comes in contact with and when. I mean, for Christ's sake, he stands in the corner of her bedroom every night watching her sleep. Like, yeah, Edward has some extreme stalker controlling tendencies as well. Oh, Kitty's moved. He's probably investigating the bathroom so he can tell me how much I messed up his space. Oh, there's still water in the tub too. He's gonna hate that. He likes to roll around in the bathtub. For reasons of Kitty. You know, he's the only one who knows why. But rolling around in the bathtub, being a big fat kitty and very happy is one of his things. I keep my voice light, but she regards me with a fleeting frown. Well, we met the first day of college. He's an engineering major, but his passion is photography. He's an engineering major? What? I'm sorry, these two things do not go together. And that's it. Her evasive answer is irritating. Nothing else? She tosses her hair over her shoulder. We've become good friends. It turns out my dad and Jose's dad served together in the military before I was born. They've gotten back in touch and now they're best buds. Oh, your dad and his dad. Did we really have to copy every detail from Twilight? We couldn't have made something much better up. Yeah. She twirls more pasta around her fork. I see. This is delicious. She gives me a contented smile, and her robe gapes a little, revealing the swell of her breasts. The sight stirs my cock. We are never going to go 2 pages of this book without him mentioning his cock. Ever. Ever, ever. Like, you know in his head, and I'm surprised it's not in this book, you know in his head he's got a name for his penis. He's one of those guys. I mean, when Joey on Friends did it, it was kind of cute because Joey's an immature idiot, so it played, but I still want to know. Okay, anyone who wants to answer this in the chat, I still want to know if an erection can actually be painful. Because I feel like that's made up. How are you feeling, I ask. Fine, she says. Up for more? More? More wine? More sex in the playroom? He only said the wine part out loud because, again, he likes getting her drunk because then she doesn't say no to him as much. And I didn't make that up, he said it. A small glass, please. I pour her a little more Sancerre. I don't want either of us to drink too much if we're going to play. Yes, but you like her being drunk when you have sex. You said so. How's the situation that brought you to Seattle? Layla, shit. This I do not want to discuss. Out of hand, but nothing for you to worry about, Anastasia. I have plans for you this evening. Yeah, why should she know that there's somebody dangerous stalking you and they broke into the very apartment that you're sitting in right now with a gun? Like, no, she shouldn't need to know that at all. I want to see if we can play this so-called arrangement of ours both ways. Oh, yes. I want you ready and waiting in the playroom in 15 minutes. By the way, if I just had a heavy pasta and seafood meal, let's just say creative sex is not what I'm wanting after that meal. I stand up, watching her closely to gauge her reaction. She takes a quick sip of her wine, her pupils widening. Because he put rubies in it. I'm sorry, if you're going to say she took a sip of the drink and then her pupils dilate, I'm calling roofies. You can get ready in your room. Incidentally, the walk-in closet is now full of clothes for you. I don't want any arguments about them. Get ready with what? She's already naked. Her mouth sets in a surprised O, and I give her a stern look, daring her to argue with me. Okay, now I'm thinking of the TNG episode, The Game, which I still maintain they probably like. How old was Will Wheaton when they were filming that episode? Because I think they broke some child labor laws because everybody's like doing O face that entire episode, and he was probably too young to know what that is. But there's that shot of him and Ashley Judd. Yes, that Ashley Judd. She was in 2 episodes of TNG. It was her first acting role, and he was her first on-screen kiss. And both of them are panting like they're that with the game on when they're faking it. Also, the end of that episode makes no sense. Riker should have been court-martialed. He almost lost the Enterprise to an unknown alien hostile race because he couldn't keep it in his pants and got duped into being brainwashed and then brainwashing the rest of the crew while on vacation on Risa. Also, Starfleet needs to stop going to Risa. Bad things always happen. Like Captain's Holiday with Picard, the game with Riker, even going back to pre-TNG days in Enterprise, the one time they go to Risa, what happens? Trip and Tucker get robbed and left in their underwear, and the captain gets bamboozled by a floozy and knocked out. Like, oh, she's the only one who has a good time. A really good time. Which I appreciated. I appreciated that for her in that episode. I give her a stern look, daring her to argue with me. Remarkably, she says nothing. I head off to my study to send a quick email to Roz, telling her I want to start the process to acquire SAP as soon as possible. Yes, yep. After swearing to her face, I will not interfere with your career unless you ask me to. Within an hour, he's secretly giving instruction to buy the company that just hired her. No, I won't interfere at all that you know about. I scan a couple of work emails, but see nothing in my inbox about Mrs. Reed. And I put thoughts of Layla out of my mind. She's preoccupied me for the last 24 hours. Tonight, I'm going to focus on Anna and have some fun. You have had sex twice in the last hour. Like, dude, you're having fun. When I return to the kitchen, Anna's disappeared. I presume she's getting ready upstairs. Getting ready how? Already naked. Like, I don't even know what I would do if somebody said, like, when I'm already naked and in a bathrobe and we've already had sex twice, and they're like, meet me in the playroom in 15, go get ready. I'm like, get ready how? Brush my teeth? Like, what's to get ready? Hi. You are not going to leave me alone tonight, are you? He says no. All right, I will pick you up one more time, and then you really are going to have to go take a nap, okay? I got to take one of these off because I can't hold him properly with these on. Plus, he hates them. Bo does hate when I'm wearing these because they confuse him. No, we're not going to do the belly rub. You want up? Come up. Come on. All right, one belly rub, and then you come up or you go away. Come on. Let everyone see you. Come on, up. Yes, you can do it. There we go. All right, I got you. Yes, good boy. That's a good boy. Oh, you stink. You need a bath. Where were you? Why do you smell and you didn't smell before? What have you done? See, you were not a stinky doggy before, and now you're a stinky doggy. What did you do? Huh? Was the kitty an accomplice? He says he's not telling. No, I'm not going to tell on the kitty. Until I tell on the kitty. Which is all of the telling, cause kitty. Oh, thank you for the Higney 5 persnickety. I will totally watch that later on. I always watch both, and I do like Sue Perkins quite a bit. She reminds me of Rachel Maddow quite a bit. And I like her, so. Oh, scoochie puppy. You are so warm. You are a little when it's cold, he's a heat-seeking missile. But there's other times where he's like a puppy-shaped space heater. Tonight, you're a puppy-shaped space heater. Do you know that? I have no idea what he's looking for. There's nothing back there. Are you just looking away so I won't see how guilty you look? For whatever made you a stinky puppy? Huh? Huh? What did you get into? Am I gonna have to clean it up later? Yeah. He says yes. Okay. That's enough of you. That's enough of you. Yes. I'm sure he will be back. Because tonight he just seems to need to be everywhere. And now there's puppy fur on everything. For the first time in his life, he's actually shedding this summer, which is amazing. I mean, I wish he'd put on half a pound of body fat so he wouldn't be so cold, but I guess shedding means he's got lots of fur. In my closet, I remove my robe and slip on my favorite jeans. As I do, images of Anna in my bathroom come to mind. Her flawless back, then her hands pressed against the tiles while I fucked her. Boy, the girl has stamina. You don't actually know that because you never ask. Let's see how much. With a sense of exhilaration, I collect my iPod from the living room and bolt upstairs to the playroom. When I find Anna kneeling as she should be at the entrance facing the room, eyes down, legs parted, and wearing only her panties, I my first feeling is one of really okay. You cannot be begging to come up again when I literally just put you down. Of course he can. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're such a sucky little baby tonight, but you need to curl up and take a nap, okay? At this point, he's like a toddler who's overdue for a nap, and he doesn't want to go to sleep because he's over hyper and wants all the attention. You curl up and go to sleep, okay? You're right beside me. You're well loved. Everybody saw you. Everybody loved on you. You're a good boy. So tuck your nose in and go to sleep, okay? Go to sleep, little baby. She's still here. She's game. My my first feeling is one of relief. The second is pride. She's followed my instructions to the letter. My smile is hard to hide. Miss Steele does not back down from a challenge. This is not a challenge, it's doing what you told her to do. Closing the door behind me, I note that her bathrobe has been hung up on the peg. I walk past her barefoot and deposit my iPod on the chest. I've decided that I'm going to deprive her of all her sense but touch. Does that include cutting her tongue out so she can't taste? And see how she fares with that. The bed has been made up with satin sheets. Okay, I will say satin sheets would be nice. Not real satin sheets because I'd be like afraid of washing them or tearing them, or probably both, and the dog would definitely tear them. But like fake satin sheets that are still really nice, those would be nice. The current household priority is a new toaster because I really need to get rid of mine because it kind of sort of maybe caught on fire for the fourth time today because I'm still using it because I am. And so yeah, new toaster should be up on my list. But I looked at them. They're like $45 now. What happened to a $19 toaster, which is what I paid for that a long time ago? I bought it for my first apartment when I was 16. I think I have some kind of sentimental attachment to it because I really should have thrown it out the first time it caught on fire, but $45 for like the most basic little toaster seems like way too much money. And everything's so expensive right now. Like I looked at stand-up air conditioners because the windows here are the kind you can't put window air conditioner in; they're too small. So you have to have a stand-up one. Which and somebody tell me why the air conditioner that like fits in a window is like universally like $100, and yet a freestanding one that is the same thing just in a different shape is $800. And part of that's Canada gets ripped off because literally I looked at I can't remember if it's Home Depot or Home Hardware, but one of them, we have it here in Canada and they have it in the States. And they're two different companies. But I literally did the side by side of having both websites up, and the exact same goddamn freestanding air conditioner that here on their website is $999 in Canada. The exact same fucking thing in the States, which is 30 minutes to the south of me, is about $250. Which even if you adjust for like exchange rate and taxes and everything, is still like a third of the price of what it is here for the exact same thing, and the distance is 30 minutes. Like Canada does get ripped off on electronics. This is not news, but a freaking like $600 to $700 markup is insane. I also really thought they would have come down because the one that I had until last year, it died, but I had it for like 12 years, so I definitely got my money's worth. But I paid $800 for it like back when I bought it like 12 years ago. So I really thought they would have come down. I guess you can say at least they didn't go up because they're still like the same price, but it feels like something that should not be that expensive. But I also don't understand why cars are $30,000 because that seems ridiculous. And you were so right, persnickety. Yeah. Like that, I said earlier, this is why he's so afraid of her having any male friends, because she will see that other men could actually be good to her, or even just nice to her. Because he is neither nice nor kind. Like, and that's why he's so insecure and doesn't want any other straight men around here, because she will quickly figure out that, oh, he's not such a great catch. Like, aside from the money, which again, he's not paying her. So what is she really getting other than abused? And the leather shackles are in place. At the chest, I take out a hair tie, blindfold, a fur glove, earbuds, and the handy transmitter that Barney designed for my iPod. What the fuck? I'm going to read that again because I think I've lost my mind. And the handy transmitter that Barney designed for my iPod. Okay, is he talking about earbuds for her or a remote? Both of which existed already when this was written. Because I had an iPod. It's probably still in a drawer somewhere, honestly. I bet I never throw out charger cables, so I probably still have the charger cable. You know that I have, for me, it's a Rubbermaid bin where you throw all the old cords from stuff and you don't even know what half of them do anymore, but you want to throw them out. Yeah, I've got one of those. I have a couple of old iPods. You know, now your phone is your iPod now, but okay, but what the hell is a transmitter for the iPod? Wait, what the actual fuck? I lay out the items in a neat row, plugging the transmitter into the top of the iPod, letting Anna wait. Anticipation is half the build up to a scene. Once I'm satisfied, I go and stand over her. Anna's head is bowed, the ambient light burnishing her hair. She looks modest and beautiful. The epitome of a submissive. Let's just say modesty is not something I ever desired in any of my submissives. You look lovely. I cup her face and tilt her head up until blue eyes meet gray. You're one beautiful woman, Anastasia, and you're all mine, I whisper. Stand up. She's a little stiff as she gets to her feet. Look at me, I order. And when I look into her eyes, I know I could drown in her serious, rapt expression. I've got her full attention. We don't have a signed contract, Anastasia, but we've discussed limits. And I want to reiterate, we have safe words, okay? That he said he'll be angry if she uses. Which is, again, that is one of the worst crimes you can commit as a dom. You need your submissive, ideally your submissive should feel safe. They should feel very, very comfortable using the safe words. And even if you are annoyed by it, or it's interrupting you at a critical moment of your getting off on something, you cannot show that. Because they have to feel safe using them. And know that limits are being respected. Or else lines, sometimes criminal, get crossed. So she blinks a couple of times but remains mute. What are they, I demand. She hesitates. Oh, this will never do. Well, you told her not to use them, you fucking jerk. What are the safe words, Anastasia? Yellow and red. Remember those. Those are not safe words, E.L. James. You are a fucking idiot. That is traffic lights, which is a safety system used in BDSM. Green means go, yellow means slow down, or, slow down or change slightly, can depend. And red means stop, we need to talk. A safe word, a proper safe word, is a random phrase or random sentence, like purple moon cheese, something that would never come up in conversation or play. And if you hear those words, everything stops immediately for the rest of the night. Doesn't matter what happens after. But something has gone very, very, very wrong, and everything stops, and everybody drops the personas and the toys, and we act like human beings, and you comfort your sub because something has gone very wrong for them, and you try to fix it. But playing for the evening is over. Traffic lights may be safety words, but they are not safe words. That is a different thing. And the fact that he does not know that, when supposedly he very, 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 very much should, is really gross. She raises an eyebrow in obvious scorn and is about to say something. Oh no, not in my playroom. Don't start with your smart mouth in here, Miss Steele, or I will fuck you, or I will fuck it with you on your knees. Do you understand? As pleasing as that thought is, her obedience is what I want right now. She swallows her chagrin. Well, yes, sir, she says quickly. Good girl. Oh, we're going to get to play with fire. My intention is not that you should use the safe word because you are in pain. There we go. There we go. There we go with putting limits on it, you fucking asshole. Dumbass criminal jerk. Fuck this guy so hard. What I intend to do to you will be intense. Very intense, and you have to guide me, do you understand? While not saying no to you, because you've just said she can't say no to you, but you want her to guide you on something she doesn't know anything about, and... I'm gonna try. I know, because it's on this side. It's on this side, so I have to read the other side before I set it on fire. I know. Oh, so Theo, you want good writing? Let me send you my fanfic. I've officially, I'm on the last, I've got 3 paragraphs left at the end of part 2 of my final polish of it, and then I'm going I'm gonna make myself, that's my birthday resolution, I'm making myself go back and work on part 6. I know a lot of what I was missing, and what I wasn't missing anything, I just wasn't letting myself be myself. I was putting too many stupid rules and trying to follow other people's rules on my writing and my story, and I need to remember that it's my fucking story and I can do whatever I want because it's mine. And I don't have to nobody else has to like it except me. So I need to write for me and not theoretical other people, and I can have it my way because it's my goddamn story. And it'll go the way that I want it to. Also, I don't let myself feel like mushy or romantic because I feel like it's weak, and so even in writing, I don't go for it, and that's what it needs right now. It needs a little mushy and romantic. The fifth part was incredibly harsh. That's why it took me like so long to write it, and I had so many breakdowns writing it because it's really hard. So this is the part where there needs to be a little levity and fun and just fun and romance, and that's okay. And I need to not run away from that or be scared of that or think that people will call me weak for writing it. Again, my story, and I can do what I want. And if that means I want to have some fun and, a little bit of silliness, a little bit of light before getting back into serious, I can do that. As soon as I slam my head in my desk enough to make me listen to myself. Knowing and doing, two very different things. Very hard, very different things. It's like when I get told not to be a perfectionist in school. It's like, okay, and how would you like me to go about that? Because it's been the thing that I've done since I was born. Like, I can remember being like 3 or 4 years old, and yes, I really can remember moments of being that young. Not a lot, but a few. And I got told I was way too serious back then. I spent my entire childhood being told I was way too serious and to act my age. And also, by the way, anybody ever tell you to act your age and then leave it at that? So when you're like 4 and somebody tells you act your age, I actually fully remember more than once being like, and what is acting my age? Would you like to elaborate? Because I have no idea what you're saying. I'm being me the way that I am me. But, I grew up in a family that hated me and thought that anything I did was whatever I shouldn't be doing, even if it was exactly the right thing. It didn't matter. Figured that out real early. My face remains impassive, giving nothing away. This is about touch, Anastasia. You will not be able to see me or hear me. I would never allow this in a million fucking years. I wouldn't allow the removal of both those senses, possibly hearing a little bit, but I would never allow a blindfold. It's one of my hard limits, and it's not negotiable. But I would certainly never allow both with somebody that I had just met that had already proven they don't follow the rules and that has shown they're willing to break the law to track my cell phone. Like, this is such a setup for, like, her being murdered that I don't know how it didn't end with that in the first book. Because that's exactly what this feels like. This very much feels like he's about to kill her. But you'll be able to feel me. Ignoring her confounded look, I turn to the audio player above the chest and switch it to auxiliary mode. Say that to a Gen Zer. Say the words, I switch it to auxiliary mode to a Gen Zer and ask them if this was written in 2011. Please. I just have to choose a song, and in that moment I recall our conversation in the car after she'd slept in my bed at the Heathman. Let's see if she likes some Tudor choral music. I'm going to tie you to that bed, Anastasia, but I'm going to blindfold you first, and I show her the iPod. You'll not be able to hear me. All you will hear is music I'm going to play for you. So I'm assuming the transmitter is AirPods or earbuds. Didn't earbuds exist in 2011? I swear they did. Headphones existed. Like, just go with really big headphones. I think it's surprise I see registering on her face, but I'm not sure. Come. I lead her to the foot of the bed. Stand here. Leaning down, I breathe in her sweet scent and whisper in her ear. Wait here and keep your eyes on the bed. Picture yourself laying here, bound and totally at my mercy. This is your cue to leave. Yes, baby. Think about it. He's such a fucking joke. I swear to God, anybody ever tried to dom me like this, I would be laughing so hard. So hard. I wouldn't be able to get through it. No way. No way in hell. No way in hell. I'd just be laughing so fucking hard. They're fucking cheese ball level. Like, are you kidding me? Who in the hell are you supposed to be? I resist the temptation to plant a soft kiss on her shoulder. I need to braid her hair first and fetch a flogger. From the top of the chest, I grab a hair tie, and from the rack, I select my favorite flogger, which I stuff into the back pocket of my jeans. When I return to stand behind her, I gently take her hair and braid it. While I like your pigtails, Anastasia, I'm impatient to have you right now, so one will have to do. Okay, it's creepy that he's mentioning the pigtails, and we still don't know what he meant when he said twice that her having pigtails, quote, won't save you as much as he likes them. What the actual? I fasten and tug on the braid so she's forced to step back against me. Winding the end around my wrist, I pull to the right, bending her head to expose her neck. This had to be a vampire biting scene in the original fanfic. I run my nose from her earlobe to her shoulder, sucking and biting gently. She smells so good. She shivers and hums deep in her throat. Hush now, I caution. Taking the flogger from my pocket, I reach around her, my arms brushing hers, and show it to her. I hear her catch her breath and see her fingers twitch. Touch it, I whisper, knowing that's what she wants. She raises her hand, pauses, and then runs her fingers through the soft suede tails. It's arousing. I will use this. It will not hurt, but it will bring your blood to the surface of your skin and make you very sensitive. What are the safe words, Anastasia? Okay, if a leather flogger or suede flogger doesn't hurt, you're not using it correctly. Yellow and red, sir, she murmurs, transfixed by the flogger. Good girl. Now we gotta burn both sides of it. This could be dangerous. Remember, most of your fear is in your mind. I drop the flogger on the bed and brush my fingers down her sides, past the soft swell of her hips and slip them into her panties. You won't be needing these. I drag them down her legs and kneel behind her. She grabs hold of the pillar to shuffle awkwardly out of her underwear. Stand still, I command, and kiss her behind, gently nipping each cheek. Also, ew, and no. Now lay down, face up. I spank her once, and she jumps startled and scurries into bed. She lies down facing me, her eyes on mine, glowing with excitement and a little trepidation, I think. Oh dear God. Okay. Whoa! No! Ah! Don't lose the place. Okay. Lost my puff. Okay, see, I have that same flogger. I have that exact same one. It's leather with like suede texture underneath. It's lovely, and it is a lot of fun. I can't make it sound with the cuffs on. Damn it! No! I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't make it sound with the cuffs on. I can't do it. Damn it! But yeah, this is exactly what he's talking about. I'm sure mine is more expensive, but these are a lot of fun. But they hurt if you're using it correctly, because that's what it's for. Okay, if anyone is being whipped or flogged in a non-painful way, get the fuck out of my sight. You are not into BDSM. You are just a bored, yuppie idiot with too much time and money on their hands who thinks they know what kinky is. Get out of my fucking sight, you disgust me. Now, for safety reasons, I'm taking one cuff off while we set things on fire. And making sure I have a glass of water handy. Alright. Time for fire. And I have to burn it on both sides. Because you set it in two places. I maybe should tie it up. I don't care if it scorches the underlying page a little. That's okay. Where was it? Okay. There's one. Alright. We're aiming for right here. This is what we're aiming at. Come on, don't catch, just scorch. Come on. I really gotta keep it back because it wants to go, you can tell. Come on. No, because it's gonna burn the page underneath where I haven't read it yet, but that's okay. I can see through it. There we go. Okay, the fact that there is smoke coming out of the top, and yeah, it burned the underlying page, but it's still readable, so it's fine. And the other one is right here. Oof. Lighter, very hot. Okay. Burn number 2. There we go. It can char a little, but I'm going to pull this page separate so it doesn't go on fire. Okay, but seriously, look, it's not on fire. It is just like embering right now. But look at how much that is spreading. And I barely touched it. Okay, stop already. Barely touched it. Now there's ashes on my desk. Okay, successful burn. A little more than successful. Really is written on flash paper. It's the only explanation. Only explanation. It stuck. I can still turn them. Hands above your head. She does as she's told. I retrieve the earbuds. Okay, so earbuds are a thing. Blindfold, iPod, and the remote from atop the chest of drawers. Sitting beside her on the bed, I show her the iPod with the transmitter. What the fuck, dude? It hooks up to fucking earbuds. Nobody needs that word. What the fuck? This is CL James, like, having no goddamn understanding how technology. She fucking Googled it and misunderstood. I swear to God. Her looks dart from my face to the devices and back again. Ow. This sends what's playing on the iPod to the system in the room. I can hear what you're hearing, and I have a remote control unit for it. The fact that she felt the need to fucking explain that in 2011! Once she's seen everything, I insert the earbuds into her ears and place the iPod on the pillow. Lift your head. She obeys, and I slip the blindfold over her eyes. Rising, I take her left hand and cuff her wrist into the leather shackle at the top corner of the bed. I let my fingers linger down her outstretched arm, and she wiggles in response. As I slowly walk around the bed, her head follows the sound of my footsteps. I repeat the process with her right hand, cupping her wrist. Anna's breathing alters, becoming erratic and fast through parted lips. A flush creeps up her chest, and she squirms and lifts her hips in anticipation. So she's just become the biggest slut ever. Oh, there's the kitty. He just jumped up on the table to eat some food. Yep, snack time for him. You know, he's a nocturnal creature, so this is breakfast really for him. At the bottom of the bed, I grab both her ankles. Lift your head again, I order. She does so immediately, and I drag her down the bed so her arms are fully extended. She lets out a quiet moan and lifts her hips once more. Seriously, what was in the wine? I cuff each of her ankles to the corresponding corner of the bed so that she's spread eagled before me. I also, that's a phrase I want to know, where did that come from? When did that position become known as spread eagle? Because also that sounds so incredibly American. And I step back to admire the view. Fuck, has she ever looked this hot? She's totally and willingly at my mercy. Well, we can take the willingness with a grain of salt. The knowledge is intoxicating, and I stand for a moment to marvel at her generosity and courage. Neither of these things are true. Notice it burned through several other pages. Like, seriously, I burned. Let's see how deep the char goes. Because I burned it starting on this page. We then have 1, 2, and it did not catch. It only like charred. 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. This is hard to do. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. I've got like 4 pages in my hands. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pages. It charred 10 pages without catching on fire. Like, less and less, but still. What the hell is this written on? Because, like, it's this bad. Like 3 pages over. I drag myself away from the spellbinding sight and from the chest of drawers collect the rabbit fur glove. I put it on before I press play on the remote. There's a brief hiss and then the 40-part monet begins. Monet, M-O-T-E-T. The singer's angelic voice ringing through the playroom and over the delectable Miss Steele. She stills as she listens, and I walk around the bed, drinking her in. Reaching out, I caress her neck with the glove. She inhales sharply and pulls at her shackles, but she doesn't cry out or tell me to stop. Because you're touching her with the soft, buddy fur glove. What the fuck? The actual fuck? This guy is warped on so many levels. Slowly, I run my gloved hand down her throat, over her sternum, then over her breasts, enjoying her restrained squirm. Circling her breasts, I gently tug each of her nipples, and her moan of appreciation encourages me to head south. At a leisurely, deliberate pace, I explore her body, her belly, her hips, the apex of her thighs, and down each leg. The music swells, more voices joining the choir in perfect counterpoint to my moving hand. I watch her mouth to determine how she's feeling. Now she gapes in pleasure, and now she bites her lip. When I run my hand over her sex, she clenches her behind, pushing herself into my hand. By the way, that rabbit fur is going to be getting really nasty, and it's not easy to clean. I mean, does he send this out for dry cleaning or just burn it after each use and get a new one? Though I normally like her to keep still, the movement pleases me. Miss Steele is enjoying this. She's greedy. No. When I brush her breasts again, her nipples harden in the wake of the glove. Yes. Oh, here goes kitty meow meow time. Now that her skin is sensitized, I remove the glove and pick up the flogger. With great care, I trail the beaded ends. Okay, especially if this is a beaded flogger, do not tell me that shit is painless. You are an idiot or delusional. Following the same pattern, over her chest, her breasts, her belly, through her pubic hair, and down her legs. The more choristers lend their voices to the motet, whatever. My dyslexia doesn't like this word. I lift the handle of the flogger and flick the tresses across her belly. She cries out, I think in surprise, but she doesn't safe word. Okay, again, how fucked up is it that he's expecting the safe word after one flick? Like, if you told me there were razor blades built into the end of this thing, I might believe it, but that's not the case. See, and now my sadistic side wants that. I'm reminding it that's what my spiked whip is for, and it's reminding me that I broke it on the chair and it's unhappy. I give her a moment to absorb the sensation, then do it again, a little harder this time. She pulls at her shackles and calls out once more, a garbled cry, but not the safe word. I lash the flogger over her breasts, and she lifts her head back and lets out a soundless cry, her mouth slack as she writhes on the red satin. Still no safe word. It's like he wants her to say it so he knows how much she can take, which is probably half the point. But it shouldn't be the point. Hannah is embracing her inner freak. Also, don't call people that are into this freaks, you fucking idiot, when you're writing for that crowd. Like, nothing like insulting your audience. I feel giddy with delight as I rain the tails up and down her body, watching her skin warm under their bite. When the choristers pause, so do I. Christ, she looks stunning. I begin again as the music crescendos, all the voices singing together. I flick the flogger over her again and again, and she writhes beneath each blow. When the last note rings through the room, I stop, dropping the flogger on the floor. I'm breathless and panting with wanton need. Okay, you were not being gentle if you were breathless and panting. Nor is that the intention of this or this scenario. Like, this is so much bullshit. I guarantee you this was way more hardcore in the original writing. Fuck. She lays on the bed, helpless, her skin pretty and pink, and she's panting too. Oh, baby. I climb onto the bed between her legs and crawl over her, holding myself above her. When the music starts again, the lone voice singing a sweet seraphic note, I follow the same pattern as the glove and the flogger, this time with my mouth, kissing and sucking and worshipping every inch of her body. I tease each of her nipples until they're glistening with my saliva and standing at attention. She writhes as much as the restraints allow and groans beneath me. My tongue trails down to her belly, around her navel, labbing her. If ever there was a place I'm not going to lick somebody, it's there. Tasting her, venerating her, moving down through her pubic hair to her sweet exposed clitoris that's begging for the touch of my tongue. Around and around I swirl, drinking in her sweet scent, drinking in her reaction until I feel her tremble beneath me. Oh no, not yet, Anna. Not yet. Okay, this is like round 3 or 4, dude. What kind of restraint you think she gonna have? From a person with no restraint. I stop as she huffs her voiceless disappointment. I kneel up between her legs and pull open my fly, freeing my erection. Then leaning over her, I gently undo the left shackle around her ankle. She curls her leg around me in a long-limbed caress while I release her other ankle. When she's free, I massage and knead the life back into her legs, from her calves up to her thighs. Dude, if you're doing something that is cutting off circulation, you're extremely doing it wrong and you need to stop. She wriggles beneath me, raising her hips in the perfect rhythm to the talus motet, whatever the fuck that word is. I'll Google it later. As my thumbs work their way up her inner thighs, which are dewy from her arousal, I stifle a groan and grasp her hips, lifting her from the bed, and in one swift, rough move, I bury myself inside her. Fuck. She's slick and hot and wet, and her body pulses around me on the edge. No, too soon, way too soon. I stop, holding myself still, over her and in her, while sweat beads on my brow. Please, she calls out, and I tighten my hold on her as I quell the urge to move and lose myself in her. Closing my eyes so I can see her laid out beneath me in all her wonder, I concentrate on the music, and once I'm in control again, slowly start to move. As the intensity of the choral piece builds, I slowly increase my pace, matching the power and rhythm of the music, cherishing every tight inch inside her. She fists her hands and tilts her head back and moans. Yes, please, she pleads between gritted teeth. I hear you, baby. Laying her back down on the bed, out over her. I stretch out over her, supporting my weight on my elbows, and I follow the rhythm, thrusting into her and losing myself in her and the music. Sweet, brave Anna. Sweat glides down my back. Come on, baby. Please. You just told her no like twice, and now you're like, come for me. It's like, dude, make up your mind. And finally, she explodes around me, shouting her release and pushing me into an intense, draining climax where I lose all sense of self. I collapse on top of her as my world shifts and realigns, leaving that unfamiliar emotion swirling around in my chest, consuming me. That would be called having a soul or giving a damn. I shake my head, trying to chase away the ominous and confusing feeling. Oh my god, I actually care about the thing I'm using as a fuck doll. Oh my god. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh, oh, good stretch. Good stretch. Oh, yes. Reaching up, I grab the remote and switch off the music. No more Talus. The music definitely contributed to what was almost a religious experience. Oh, dear God. I frown, attempting but failing to get a handle on my feelings. I slide out of Anna and stretch to release her from each cuff. She sighs as she flexes her fingers, and I gently remove the blindfold and earbuds. Big blue eyes blink up at me. Hi, I whisper. Hi yourself, she says, playful and bashful. Her response is delightful, and leaning down, I plant a tender kiss on her lips. Well done, you. My voice is filled with pride. She did it. She took it. She took it all. Fuck this guy so much. Fuck him so much. I swear Elena lied to him about how much of a dom he is if he thinks any of that was like worthy of fucking praise for taking it in terms of him flogging her. That is such beginner level goddamn fucking shit. That, like, it's the kind of thing that I laugh at if somebody tells me, well, I did something really extreme. And then if they tell me that, I'm going to laugh in your face so fucking goddamn hard. That is nowhere near extreme. Turn over. Her eyes widen in alarm. I'm just going to rub your shoulders. Oh, okay. I think he had something else in mind there. She rolls over and plops down on the bed with her eyes closed, and I sit astride her and massage her shoulders. A pleasurable rumble resonates deep in her throat. What was that music? She asks. It's called Spem in Alium, a 40-part motet by Thomas Tallis. It was overwhelming. I've always wanted to fuck to it. I actually know who Thomas Tallis is. He's extremely talented. I don't know this particular music. Like, I might if I heard it, but, like, not by name, you know? Like how you know, like, Beethoven and stuff when you hear it, but you don't know what it's called. Not another first, Mr. Gray. I grin. Indeed, Miss Steele. Well, it's the first time I've fucked to it, too, she says, her voice betraying her fatigue. You and I were giving each other many firsts. What did I say to you in my sleep? Chris, sir, not this again. Put her out of her misery, Greg. You said a lot of things, Anastasia. You talked about cages and strawberries, and that you wanted more and that you miss me. Is that all? She sounds relieved. Okay, why would you care what you said in your sleep? It doesn't matter. Why would she be relieved? I stretch out beside her so I can see her face. What did you think you said? She opens her eyes for a brief moment and shuts them again quickly. That I thought you were ugly, conceited, and that you were hopeless in bed. See, now that was almost funny. One blue eye peeks open and watches me warily. Oh, she is lying. He needed to be told that how is he supposed to be the self-made master of the universe that runs a fucking, now in this book it's a finance and telecom company, but he's that stupid. Well, naturally I am all those things, and now you've got me really intrigued. What are you hiding from me, Miss Steele? I'm not hiding anything. Anastasia, you're a hopeless liar. He would know. I thought you were going to make me giggle after sex. This isn't doing it for me. Her answer is unexpected, and I give her a reluctant smile. I can't tell jokes, I confess. Mr. Gray, something you can't do. She rewards me with a broad, infectious grin. No, hopeless joke teller, I say as if it's a badge of honor. She giggles. I'm a hopeless joke teller, too. That's such a lovely sound, I whisper and kiss her. But I still want to know why she's relieved. And you are hiding something, Anastasia. I may have to torture it out of you. Ha! The space between us is filled with laughter. I think you've done enough torturing. Her response wipes the smile off my face, and her expression softens immediately. Maybe I'll let you torture me like that again, she says coyly. Relief sweeps through me. I'd like that very much, Miss Steele. We aim to please Mr. Gray. Can these two please stop? Like, I swear, idiot teenagers trying to sound like porn would sound better than this. You're okay, I ask, humbled and anxious at once. More than okay. She gives me her timid smile. You're amazing. I kiss her forehead, then climb off the bed as an ominous feeling ripples through me once more. Shaking it off, I button my fly and hold out my hand to help her off the bed. When she's standing, I pull her into my arms and kiss her, savoring her taste. Bed, I mutter, and lead her to the door. There, I wrap her in the bathrobe she's left hanging on the peg, and before she can protest, I pick her up and carry her downstairs to my bedroom. I'm so tired, she mumbles once she's in my bed. Sleep now, I whisper, and wrap her in my arms. I close my eyes, fighting the disquieting sensation that surges and fills my chest once more. It's like homesickness and a homecoming rolled into one. And it's terrifying. Oh my god, he's actually feeling feelings and he doesn't know what to do about it. I can say I can actually relate to that because I had no emotions until I was in therapy when I was about 16 and started feeling mostly rage. Anger was the first thing to come back. And I would be walking, literally, I remember walking down the street and just being, for no reason at all, just furious, so much that I was crying and also ready to murder anyone who spoke to me. And I got to therapy and I was like almost panting and having a panic attack because I was like, what the actual fuck is this? And it took me about 10 minutes of like my therapist being very confused and asking me questions and my trying to explain because I don't have the words for emotions because I stopped feeling them when I was like 3 or 4. So they were a foreign thing and I didn't know what the hell. I thought I was going nuts. I literally thought I was going crazy. We eventually figured out what was happening. And I literally remember screaming in her face, make it stop. I was like, no, I don't want this. I don't want to feel anything. Life is much easier when you don't feel anything at all, ever. That is how you survive life. So make it stop. Also, this is your fault. Make it stop. Can't say I ever got the full range back, but some of it. End of chapter. All right, we're taking 5. We're taking 5. I'm pouring another drink. How are we doing on page count? I don't know if we're ahead, we're behind. I haven't been paying any attention. I'm a very bad host tonight, but I'm allowed. Tonight I'm allowed. See, this is the problem with not having proper chapters. Oh, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We are all good. We're good.
possibly can get through the rest of this chapter depending how much of it is emails, because I did look, some of it is. And, those pretty much take one page and turn them into one line. So, how are my arms so red just from leaning on my desk? It's literally just from leaning on my desk. But also, the camera, I swear, is highlighting like red more than it should. Because that looks like I burned myself, and I did not. Oh, you know what we have to do? We have to have birthday chocolates. Before I forget. Because I said at the halfway point we would do birthday chocolates. We're pretty much at the halfway point. I didn't unlock that all the way. Now I did. Okay, birthday chocolates time. Because yes, instead of cake, I bought a box of chocolates. Because I've been so desperately craving chocolates. Oh, forgot about this. Okay, all of the this. All of the this. Okay, these smell amazing. But I have a plan. I also have to keep these out of puppy reach. Just, chocolate. Very, very bad for puppies. See, because I did not get birthday candles, we are going to do birthday matches. As soon as I decide which chocolates. Okay, because we have some options. Okay, this is what's in the box. So let's see. What are we in the mood for? Truffles. It has to be truffles. It's my birthday. We have to do truffles. Okay, let's do. We're gonna do one light, one dark. That's what we'll do. Ooh, these look good. They smell good. I was worried they'd be mashed up from being in the mail, but they're not. Haha. Birthday chocolates. Should maybe put the very sharp knife off my desk. It has a cover. There we go. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to take one light and one dark. I'm going to put the lid back on so these do not get eaten by a puppy or anyone else. And I have to put these in the fridge. Fridge is the only place I'm sure that he won't get them, so also with how warm it is, probably a good idea to keep chocolates in the fridge. So we are going to do birthday matchsticks by poking them into the chocolates, which worked, and I wasn't sure that it would. Haha. See? Because we're going to do this. All right, so here's our official birthday celebration with birthday chocolates complete with matchstick candles. I absolutely love this. This is perfect. Oh, my fan blew it out. No, I gotta officially blow them out. I insist on one stupid birthday trope. Okay, my fan needs to stop. Okay, yeah, turning this way a little. Okay, making a wish. 1, 2, 3. Don't ask me what it was, because you know the rules. You can't tell or it won't come true. Take these out and I'll actually eat them. You know what? Let's do this. There we go. Okay, good. Really good chocolate. Pot of gold, reliably good. One at a time because they're big. These are really big. It melted on my hand.
It's too warm in here. It's really too warm in here. It's actually the same category somewhere. I forgot right there for a second. I thought this would be a break. Okay, I thought those were going to be a lot quicker to eat. Very big. But an excellent birthday treat. Okay, we're on chapter 19. Saturday, June 4th, 2011. Ugh, itchy, itchy, itchy. The summer breeze teases my hair. Its caress the nimble fingers of a lover. My lover. Anna. I wake suddenly, confused. My bedroom is shrouded in darkness, and beside me Anna sleeps, her breathing gentle and even. I prop myself up on one elbow and run my hand through my hair, with the uncanny feeling that someone has just done exactly that. I glance around the room, peering into shadowy corners, but Anna and I are alone. Or are they? What do you bet they're not alone? That Layla's in the closet or something? Strange. I could swear someone was here. Someone touched me. It was just a dream. No, it wasn't. You suck at security. Again, I remind you that after she broke into this very apartment, there was no mention of him saying change the locks, change the codes, make sure that there is always a security guard at the elevator that leads to this floor. Like nothing. Nothing. He has done nothing other than telling his lackey find her. He's done absolutely nothing. I shake off the disturbing thought and check the time. It's after 4:30 in the morning. As I flop back down on my pillow, Anna mumbles an incoherent word and turns over to face me, still fast asleep. She looks serene and beautiful. I stare at the ceiling, the flashing light of the smoke alarm taunting me once more. We have no contract, yet Anna is here, beside me. What does this mean? Really? How am I supposed to deal with her? Will she abide by my rules? I need to know that she's safe. I rub my face. This is uncharted territory for me, and out of my control, and it's unsettling. Really? Because I don't think anything has been out of your control so far. Layla pops into my mind. Shit. My mind races. Layla, work, Anna, and I know I won't get back to sleep. Getting up, I pull on some PJ pants, close the bedroom door, and head into the living room to my piano. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. The sad mopey piano scene. Chopin is my solace. The somber notes match my mood, and I play them over and over. And a small movement at the edge of my vision catches my attention. And looking up, I see Anna coming towards me, her footsteps hesitant. You should be asleep, I mutter, but continue playing. So should you, she volleys back. Her voice is firm with resolve, yet she looks small and vulnerable, dressed only in my oversized bathrobe. I hide my smile. Are you scolding me, Miss Steele? Yes, Mr. Gray, I am. Well, I can't sleep. I have too much weighing on my mind, and I'd rather she went back to bed and slept. She must be tired from yesterday. She disregards my mood and sits down beside me on the piano bench, leaning her head on my shoulder. It's such a tender and intimate gesture that for a moment I lose my place in the prelude, but I continue playing, feeling more at peace because she's with me. What was that? She asks when I finish. Chopin, a prelude, Opus 28, number 4, in E minor if you're interested. I'm always interested in what you do. Sweet Anna, I kiss her hair. I didn't mean to wake you. You didn't, she says, not moving her head. Play the other one. Other one? The Bach piece that you played the first night I stayed. Oh, the Marcello. Cello. I can't remember when I last played it for someone upon request. For me, the piano is a solitary instrument, for my ears only. My family hasn't heard me play for years. But since she's asked, I'll play it for my sweet Anna. My fingers caress the keys and the haunting melody echoes through the living room. Why do you only play sad music? She asks. Is it sad? So you were just 6 when you started to play? She continues her questions, lifting her head and studying me. Her face is open and eager for information, as usual. And after last night, who am I to deny her anything? I threw myself into learning the piano to please my new mother, to fit into the perfect family. Her words from our candid night in Savannah echo in her soft voice. Yes, so to speak. I don't want to talk about this, and I'm surprised how much of my personal information she's retained. You've only told her like 2 things that could count as personal. It's not that much effort to remember. Why are you awake? Don't you need to recover from yesterday's excursions? It's 8 in the morning for me, and I need to take my pill. Well remembered, I muse. Only you would start a course of time-specific birth control pills in a different time zone. Perhaps you should wait a half hour, and then another half hour tomorrow. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Birth control can be some people. It depends. Some women can get away with being a half hour late. Some extremely cannot. Being a half hour late would be enough to make it stop working and your period would start, and then your whole day is going to suck. Like again, this every time. Why is it every time this book mentions birth control, it gets worse? Like, is it deliberate? It would almost have to be. So eventually you can take them at a reasonable time. Good plan, she says. So what shall we do for a half hour? Well, I could fuck you over this piano that's in his head. I can think of a few things. My voice is seductive. He has not thought about. We've read like 30 pages so far tonight. He has not had one thought that is not sex. On the other hand, we could talk. She smiles provocatively. I'm not in the mood for talking. I prefer what I have in mind. I snake my arm around her waist, pull her onto my lap, and nuzzle her hair. You'd always rather have sex than talk, she laughs. Doi! True, especially with you. Her hands curl around my biceps, yet the darkness stays still and quiet. I trail kisses from the base of her ear to her throat. Are they gonna have more sex? 'Cause really, I would like any scene that is not sex at this point. I'll take anything. Like anything. I'm gonna regret saying that, aren't I? I don't know why, but I feel like I'm gonna regret saying that. Maybe on my piano, I murmur as my body responds to the mental image of her sprawled naked on the top, her hair spilling down over the side. That sounds like it would be so uncomfortable. I want to get something straight. She speaks quietly in my ear. Always so eager for information, Miss Steele. What needs straightening out? Her skin is soft and warm against my lips as I nudge her bathrobe off her shoulder with my nose. So he's paying so much attention right now, which is none. Us, she says, and the simple word sounds like a prayer. Stop the religious bullshit. Can you tell she was writing the other one at the same time she was writing this? What about us? I pause. Where is she going with this? The contract. I stop and stare down into her shrewd gaze. Why is she doing this now? My fingers glide down her cheek. Well, I think the contract is moot, don't you? Moot, she says, and her lips soften with a hint of a smile. Moot. and mirror her expression. But you were so keen. Uncertainty clouds Anna's eyes. Well, that was before. Anyway, the rules aren't mute. They still stand. I need to know you're safe. Again, not saying that part out loud. If half the things he said in his head, he actually said to her out loud, he would not be the worst. He would still be a terrible boyfriend and a terrible person, but he would not be the worst. He doesn't say the important things out loud. Before what? Before all this. Before you turned my world upside down, before you were sleeping with me, before you laid your head on my shoulder at the piano. Again, he's saying none of this out loud. None of this. It's all more, I murmur, driving away the now familiar unease in my gut. Oh, she says, and I think she's pleased. Besides, we've been in the playroom twice now and you haven't run screaming for the hills. Do you expect me to? Nothing you do is expected, Anastasia. The V between her brows is back. So let me be clear. You just want me to follow the rules element of the contract all the time, but not the rest of the contract. Ugh, itchy nose. Itchy, itchy. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Except in the playroom. I want you to follow the spirit of the contract in the playroom. And yes, I want you to follow the rules all the time. How is that different? What the actual fuck has changed? That is not the only thing they are leaving out is her actually signing the contract. That is the only thing. They are still like agreeing to all of it. Like they're not leaving anything out. He still wants her to follow all of his rules, which is 90% of the contract, all the time, and then behave the way he told her in the playroom, which is the other 10%. So the only thing that they are skipping is her actually signing it. Nothing else. Nothing has changed. See, that is the fundamental problem. Is we're supposed to pretend like this is growth for him and he's being a different person with her, except that he's not. He's not doing that. He's still doing exactly the same. It's just not in writing this time. But he still expects her to act like all the others. Like, this is why it doesn't work. Like, just have her sign the thing. That would make more sense than saying, no, you're not going to sign it, but I still expect you to obey all of it. I want you to follow the rules all the time. Then I'll know you're safe and I'll be able to have you anytime I wish, I had flippantly. And if I break one of the rules, she asks, then I'll punish you. But won't you need my permission? Yes, I will. And if I say no, she persists. Okay, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. He's going to ask her permission to punish her. That is not how that works. And watch that he will never, ever, ever, ever actually obey this. So, yeah, we're going to adhere to all the rules of the contract, every single one of them, including the way I want you to act at all times. And I'll punish you whenever the fuck I feel like it. But we just won't have it in writing because you won't sign it, but we're still going to act like you did. Like, this is not growth. This is not him being a different person or changing. There's no difference. It is semantics, nothing else. Why is she being so willful? Gee, by suggesting to you that she might say, no, I don't want you to beat the shit out of me right now just because you don't like the fact that I rolled my eyes at you? If you say no, you'll say no. I'll have to find a way to persuade you. Oh, there it is! There it is! There it is! He just said the quiet part out loud. He just said that even if you say no when I want to punish you, all I will do is keep talking until you agree to let me punish you. He didn't say, well, then I won't punish you. Then I'll deal with my anger a different way and act like a mature goddamn adult. He didn't say that. He said, I will find a way to convince you to let me punish you. And that's everything. That is all you need to know. Because he has just said, I will never take no as an answer. That is what he just said. I'm getting the highlighter. She should know this. Yeah, the girl who a week and a half ago had no idea BDSM existed. She should know this. And that you're a rapist who will never take no for an answer, which is what you just said. You like how is he not? How does he not have like an extensive juvenile record that got expunged, or like daddy's lawyers on speed dial because of all the claims against him and like a lengthy list? If his subs turned out to be women that he'd raped and been paying off, that would make so much more sense. She didn't let me spank her in the boathouse, and I wanted to. No, what you said was, I want to beat the shit out of you right now. She got scared and convinced you to have very rough, painful sex with her instead of beating her. But I got to do it later that evening with her approval. There you go. Yep, see, still got what he wanted. You just had to wait a little bit. Still got what he wanted. Didn't take no for an answer. Still did it, just did it later. She stands and walks towards the entrance of the living room, and for a moment I think she's storming off. But she turns, her expression perplexed. So the punishment aspect remains. Yes, you dumb bitch! Like, I'm sorry, at this point she's too stupid to exist. Because she wants, like, all the fun, kinky sex, but doesn't want him to punish her for breaking the rules. And it's like, well, then why agree to any of the rules? Tell him I will do the playroom kinky sex with you, but I'm not going to follow any of your rules ever. I'm going to live my life the way I want to live my life. You don't get to dictate what I eat, what I wear, where I go, how I wear my hair, who I see, or anything else. And you don't get to punish me when I do something that pisses you off. You get to grow up and deal with it like a mature fucking adult in a real relationship. See, she's just as immature as he is right here. Like, he's immature and stupid, but she's being incredibly immature by basically saying, I want all the good stuff, but I don't want to deal with the parts that I don't like, knowing that for him it's a package deal. Like, for him, the punishment is more of what he needs than anything else. Because he's said, like, that's what he wants most, is to violently punish her. That is what he wants. He has made that abundantly clear. Like, they're both such immature children. They should not be having sex with anybody. Yes, but only if you break the rules. This is clear to me, why not to her? Because you've told her that you like it when she breaks the rules and you get to punish her. You get where you're confusing, dude? I'll need to reread them, she says, suddenly all businesslike. She wants to do this now? I'll fetch them for you. She didn't say that. It's 4:30 in the morning, dude. In my study, I fire up my computer and print out the rules, wondering why we are discussing this at 5 in the morning. Yeah, how about you don't, then? She's at the sink, drinking a glass of water when I return with the printout. I sit down on a stool and wait, watching her. Like, I almost feel like we should be at the show me the worst scene, but there's like 70 pages of this left. So, unless that scene is exceedingly long in this version. Not that we're getting there tonight, but we will probably finish this in a week or two, and then on to the next one, which I have, and then I gotta find the third. I gotta find the third one somewhere. I really gotta get on that, because if I order it for like $2 from China, it's gonna take a month to get here, at least. Her back is stiff and tense. This does not bode well. When she turns around, I slide a sheet of paper towards her across the kitchen aisle. Here you go. She scans the rules quickly. So the obedience thing still stands. Oh, yes. She shakes her head, and an ironic smile tugs at the corner of her mouth as her eyes dart to the heavens. Oh, joy. My spirits suddenly lift. Did you just roll your eyes at me, Anastasia? Here we go. Here we go. I would flip him the bird so hard right now. Possibly. Depends what your reaction is. She looks wary and amused at once. Same as always. If she'll let me. She swallows and her eyes widen with anticipation. So, yes, you want to spank me now? Yes, and I will. Okay, yeah, so needing her permission to spank her with that statement. You Oh really, Mr. Gray? She folds her arms, her chin thrust upward in a challenge. Are you going to stop me? This is what he meant by if you say no, then he didn't even say I won't. He said I'll persuade you. This is just sounding like he's just gonna physically bend her over and spank her no matter what she says, because she can't physically stop him and they both know it. You're going to have to catch me first. She wears a coquettish smile which addresses my dick directly. Oh my god. So she's doing the catch me if you can, chase me thing, which which addresses my dick directly. Oh my god. It's so bad. I really think that we are setting up to like the last scene. Is it fucking like that goddamn long? Okay, no, there's some other. Okay, I'm only quick glancing, but yeah, there's some other. Okay, I was gonna be like, please don't make that scene 70 fucking pages long because I will die. But no, something is gonna come up or something. She wants to play. I ease myself off the stool, watching her carefully. Oh, really, Miss Steele? The air almost crackles between us. Which way will she run? Out the front door and far, far away if she had any brains, but we've established that she doesn't. Her eyes are on mine, brimming with excitement. Her teeth tease her lower lip. And you're biting your lip. Is she doing it on purpose? I move slowly to my left. Yes, you moron, because she's making fun of you. You wouldn't, she taunts. After, after all, you roll your eyes. Her eyes are fixed on me. She too moves to her left. Yes, but you've just raised the bar on the excitement stakes with this game. Of chase me? I'm sorry, did none of your subs ever try to play with you even a little? Like, they were all that intimidated and afraid of you all the time that none of them were like, hey, chase me around the living room. Pretend that you're abducting me or some kind of fantasy like that. And we know later on that he has rape fantasies. Did he never try this with anybody else? Did he never say to any of his subs like, just be making eggs in the kitchen and I'm gonna put on a ski mask and creep up and abduct you while you like scream and struggle? This is a pretty common fantasy, by the way. For anyone out there thinking that it's sick or twisted or anything, it's not. It's actually quite common. And obviously, it is not meant to compare it to the real thing, it's just a fantasy. Like all kinds of fantasies, like being the princess in a tower and then the brave knight that climbs up and rescues you from the evil king, and then you reward him with a night in your bed, or sexy teacher in college, or there's all kinds of fantasies that are, you would never, they're things you would never want to do in real life or have happen in real life, but that's why they're fun. They're like Quentin Tarantino movies. Because as much as he seems like an epic douchebag, Quentin Tarantino, and his movies are vulgar and crass and rude and stupid, that's the point. He basically is good at what Michael Bay tries and fails to do. I may not like Quentin Tarantino or all of his movies, but I'll say this, he can make them. He's incredibly good at making movies. And they are good. Like I've seen a few, they are good. Are they my exact cup of tea? No. Because he always has to throw in like racism, vulgarity, like isms of all kinds, words that shouldn't happen, and there's always way, 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 way too much violence and explosion and gore and stuff, but that's why they're fun. can't type. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, I need my phone. I have nothing to put in the place of my phone. Okay, lighter, hold my place. Thank God I have it programmed on fingertips. I can't. Ugh. Turning. I can't. There we go. Alright, how long is this chapter? Let me see. Uh, too long to. Wait, did I just lose my. I lost my marker. Damn it. I'll fix it later. Or maybe I can fix it. I don't want to lose it. Come on. They really start falling out when I get to the end. Let's see. Is there a good place to? We still got like 10-15 pages depending how quickly we go. We still got like another hour that we'll go for. But we'll see if. Where is that? All right, we'll see if we can get to that point. We'll see. Um. I'm quite fast, you know, she teases. So am I. How does she make everything so thrilling because you've never been challenged at all in your pathetic, spoiled life? Are you going to come quietly? Do I ever? She grins, taking the bait. Yes, Miss Steele. What do you mean? I stalk around her. I stalk her around the kitchen aisle. It'll be worse for you if I have to come and get you. That's only if you catch me, Christian. And right now I have no intention of letting you catch me. Is she serious? He really cannot get this concept of being told no. Like how many girls at the private boarding schools he went to have stories to tell about Christian Grey? Like you just know, like 10 years after he marries Anastasia, he got Me Too'd so fucking hard. Where's that book? Can we have that book? Can we have that book, please? Because that I would really like to read. Like, especially with like who's been following about Russell Brand? Because I remember when that came up like 4 years ago, and then it seemed to just disappear. But now, back up, and he's facing charges in the UK, and possibly soon in America as well. You know, Christian Grey reminds me very much of like that kind of scenario. Only without the like 2 decades of drugs and then the fake finding Jesus and turning into an online conspiracy theory nutcase. Anastasia, you may fall and hurt yourself, which will put you in direct contravention of rule number 7, now 6. I've been in danger since I met you, Mr. Grey. Rules or no rules. Truer words have never been spoken. Yes, you have. Perhaps this is not a game. Is she trying to tell me something? He really is too stupid to exist. She hesitates, and I make a sudden lunge to grab her. She squeals and dashes around the island to the relative safety of the opposite side of the dining table. With her lips parted, her expression both wary and daring at once, the bathrobe slips off one shoulder. She looks hot. Really fucking hot. He's getting turned on by being told no. That's bad. That's really bad. Okay, I've got to fix it. Ow. Okay, this is a little too tight. It's just grinding on one spot. Oh. There we go. Okay, that's better. Yeah. I was just biting on my wrist a little too hard. I slowly prowl towards her and she backs away. You certainly know how to distract a man, Anastasia. We aim to please, Mr. Gray. Distract you from what? Life, the universe, and the meaning of everything, and it's 42. I think I have that right. I never read that book, but I think I have that right. Please correct me if I don't. Ex subs who've gone missing, work, her arrangement, everything. The phrase ex subs who have gone missing. How am I not supposed to make a joke that he murdered and buried them all at that? How am I not supposed to do that? I'm highlighting that phrase because I can't not. My headcanon is coming too close to being real in so many of the pages of this book. Wait, there's something on the last page that I wanted. Making a mess of my highlighting. You did seem very preoccupied as you were playing. She's not backing down. I stop and fold my arms, reassessing my strategy. We can do this all day, baby, but I will get you, and it will just be worse for you when I do. See, the way that he's able to, like, sound so easily like somebody who is holding a woman hostage, and she's escaped from her cell, and now he's taunting her through speakers as she flees through the house where every door and window is locked, and he's telling her, like, just surrender or it'll be so much worse when I catch you. Like, tell me this language is not taken directly from, like, any one of multiple episodes of Criminal Minds. Like, the Fisher King, the one, what's the one? And they called back to this and pretended that everyone was stupid and didn't remember. The one where, what's her name? God damn it, the one they all, Strauss. The one where Strauss goes with them and the guy is, he's cutting out women's hearts and he's dying and he has a son and that comes back later. And that one, it sounds like it's taken from that one. More than a few others. Fisher King, yeah. And a couple others. Or the Legacy. Yeah, Legacy is one of my favorites, actually. Very well done, very creepy episode. Excellent stunt actress. Absolutely excellent. That girl put her body through it on that. Like, even the director said when she did the fall down the stairs and slam into the wall, he freaked out thinking that it had gone wrong and she was really hurt. But She was completely fine. She's just very, very good at what she does and quite an accomplished actress as well, and scared the absolute hell out of him. Because he was going, oh my god, I killed her. She was fine. No, you won't, she says with absolute certainty. I frown. Anyone would think you didn't want me to catch you. Okay, idiot guy, you know about scenes in games and you're not picking up that she's playing a game with you. I don't. That's the point. I feel about punishment the way you feel about me touching you. And from nowhere the darkness crawls over me, shrouding my skin, leaving an icy trail of despair in its wake. No, no, I can't bear to be touched. Ever. That's how you feel. It's like she touched me, her nails leaving white tracks over my chest. Okay, how has it taken this long for him to figure this out? And also, if she really doesn't want him to catch her and spank her right now, how about just saying no? How about instead of playing this stupid adolescent game that very much makes it look like you just want to be chased because you're making it more fun that way, which is what I thought up till now. If you really meant no, how about you stand there and say no? How about no, Christian Grey? I don't give a flying fuck if I just rolled my eyes at you or bit my lip or did anything else that your fucking delusional brain doesn't like. You are not going to spank me for it because I will do whatever the fuck I goddamn well want whenever I want in your presence, and you are going to have to grow the fuck up and deal with it. Because he doesn't act like a dom. Like all his rules and bullshit, it has nothing to do with being a dom. It has to do with him being an immature, whiny little bitch. Because a real dom would never act this way, but he's not a real dom. He's just abusive. You know, he's more like the guy in, again, I'm going back to Criminal Minds, Identity. The guy who blows himself up at the beginning, and then they find, I still want a clear picture of this, they find his, like, rules on the wall at his, like, house of torture chamber where he's been abducting and tormenting women. And that is closer to this book than anything else. She blinks several times, assessing my reaction, and when she speaks, her voice is gentle. No, it doesn't affect me quite as much as that, but it gives you an idea. Her expression is anxious. Well, hell. This shines a whole different light on our relationship. How is he this dumb? How is he this fucking dumb? How? How? Oh, I mutter, because I can't think of anything else to say. She takes a deep breath and approaches me, but when she's standing in front of me, she looks up, her eyes burning with apprehension. You hate it that much, I whisper. So it's not a question of if she hates it, it's a question of how much. That is it. We are really incompatible. Well, it took 500. This is literally page 500. Took 500 pages for him to get there. And that should be the end of it. That should be, oh, I've misjudged everything. I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Clearly we can't have a relationship. Please get dressed and I'll send you home. I'll get Taylor to drive you home. We're over because I can't live without it and you don't like it that much and I'm not going to do something to you that you hate that much. I should never have dragged you into this in the first place. I'm so sorry. Good luck with the job. Goodbye. That is where it should end. But then we have this line immediately after, and this is in his head. No, I don't want to believe that. And that is the whole problem. Well, no, she says, and relief washes through me. So no, you don't hate it that much. And girl, you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. At this point, she's volunteering to be abused because she just made a very clear point to him that actually got fucking through for a second. But now she's backpedaling immediately, like, no, I don't hate it that much. And she's said repeatedly, like, she's willing to tolerate it sometimes, just not as much as he wants, kind of deal. And it's like, wait, to, like, this is worse than, no, this is the worst. This is the absolute worst. She continues, I feel ambivalent about it. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. Almost like she has no sense of self or personality or boundaries of any kind. But last night, in the playroom, I do it for you, Christian, because you need it. I don't. You didn't hurt me last night. That was in a different context, and I can rationalize that internally. And I trust you. Why? But when you want to punish me, I worry that you'll hurt me. Oh my god. So she's like, yeah, I'll go along with the theater and the kinky shit as long as it's, like, mostly pleasurable and at least not painful. Well, girl, that is half the goddamn point. That is half the goddamn fucking point, is balancing sexual pleasure against pain. That is like half of what BDSM reasonably is. So no, you're not into any of it. And you saying that, oh, what, I'll put up with it because it's what you need, that is not how you form a healthy relationship. Fuck. Tell her. It's truth or dare time, Gray. Yeah, because for him the point is to cause her pain. That is what he needs more than he just needs kinky sex. I want to hurt you, but not beyond anything you couldn't take. I'd never go too far. See, I will say, again, at least he is being honest here. But he's also being dishonest and saying not beyond what you can take, which you don't know what that is until you've gone too far. Because she doesn't know what her limits are. She didn't know this existed 2 weeks ago. She has no idea how much pain she's willing to take for you, and her answer currently is none. But you're saying, no, I want to cause you pain, but I won't do it so much that it mentally breaks you. Like, this is how at least 3 of his other subs died, I swear, was him saying, well, we're going to find your limits or how much is too far, and then it went too far, and they were dead when he was finished. You know, like when your cat or your dog, like, catches a pigeon for the first time, and they don't know what they're doing, but they just want to play with it, and they're so happy they finally caught it, and so they shake it, and then it's like, then they put it down, and they're like, okay, go run again so I can chase you again, and then they nudge it, and it's like, oh, oops, it's dead. Because, yeah, you grabbed it and you shook it, and now it's dead, but then they feel bad that they killed their toy. He's exactly like that. Exactly. Why? I just need it, I whisper. I can't tell you. Can't or won't. Won't. So you know why. So you know why. Yes, but you won't tell me. If I do, you will run screaming from this room, and you'll never want to return. I can't risk that, Anastasia. How does that not make you think the worst? How does that not make you think the absolute worst? You want me to stay. More than you know. I couldn't bear to lose you. I can no longer stomach the distance between us. I grab her to stop her from running and pull her into my arms, my lips seeking hers. Okay, so, like, I can't even break this down any harder. Like, he's effectively holding her hostage right now, or captive or something. Not that this is his first time kidnapping her or anybody. Like, saying I can't bear to lose you and then physically grabbing somebody because you're afraid they're going to run. Oh my god. She answers my need, her mouth molding to mine, kissing me back with the same passion and hope and longing. Do not reward him! The hovering darkness recedes and I find my solace. Don't leave me, I whisper against her lips. You said you wouldn't leave me, and you begged me not to leave you in your sleep. Okay, this is why you can't take that seriously! I don't want to go, she says, but her eyes are searching mine, looking for answers. And I'm exposed, my ugly, torn soul on display. Show me, she says. Oh God, are we really getting that scene? No, are we really getting that scene now? I said it was leading up to it, so this is going to be that scene. She's going to leave, and then what? We get 70 pages of him moping and stalking her from a distance? What the actual fuck? Oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to be really, really, really bad. This is going to be really fucking bad, isn't it? Oh, God. I was not prepared for this tonight, but... Yeah, she's going to leave. He's going to, like, throw a fit or something. Oh, God, this is awful. I need to be drunker. Okay, I'm taking a booze break. Because I knew it. I knew we were leading up to that scene. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was leading up to that scene. I just couldn't understand why there was so much book still left, because that's the end of the movie, and that is the end of the first book. But I forgot, somebody did warn me that these do not, the books don't stop, like, they don't match up with each other. The telling from his side, they overlap. They don't stop in the same place. So yeah, we're about to get that scene. Oh, I know. Yes. Persnickety, you're so right. No. Okay. J.K. Rowling forgot how to write a decent book after the fifth one. 6th and 7th Harry Potter books are fucking shit. They're bullshit. They're garbage. They're stupid. They drag on way too much. And yeah, the extended being in the woods, like, attempted a love triangle that never happened. By the way, Ron and Hermione ending up one of the worst couples in fiction. That should never have happened. Hermione is way too good for him. Ron is a tool and an idiot, and quite frankly, a douchebag by the end of the series that should not end up with anybody. And as for Harry, like, in the books, does he end up with anybody? I don't think he does. But either he should have ended up with Hermione, like, granted, it's obvious, or she should have ended up with somebody actually decent to her, which neither of them are. But I always thought, for Harry Potter himself, you know who I would have liked to see him with? Luna Lovegood. I think him and her made a cute couple, and they would have complemented each other quite well. But we're gonna get that scene, and it's gonna be pathetic, and I'm gonna make fun of it, because in the movie, like, fucking Jamie Dornan couldn't even fake his way. They couldn't even fake a convincing whipping. They couldn't even fake it, because the camera angle is too direct to cheat the distance, so it's quite obvious that he's about 30 feet away from the not Dakota Johnson, because it's not her in that scene. It's face replacement and a body double, and he's like, the way he swings it is pathetic. Like, you wouldn't, even if it was actually hitting anybody, which it's clearly not, because there's clearly 30 feet in between them, the way he was swinging it would not actually hurt at all, because he doesn't even look like he knows what he's doing. Like, really, nobody on set could have been like, okay, stand more like this. You're meant to be doing this hard, so maybe put, I don't know, a little effort into the swinging so that it actually looks like you're putting some force into these blows that are supposed to be hard enough to make her cry and leave. But no, we can't have actual, like, BDSM in our BDSM movie. Yeah, how dare we show anything being done with actual force behind it? Ugh. Even the sound effects in that scene are pathetic. Not that it would have saved it, but you could have at least put some crack in the whip and an actual, like, hard, like, impact sound instead of the nothing that is there. Or tell Dakota Johnson to lay off the Valium for the day so her face actually shows some goddamn expression, like something is actually happening to her, instead of she's just cold and gasping a little bit. Because she's, like, reacting to nothing. Like, it's one of the worst scenes in cinema. It really is. Even not counting for what it's supposed to be, it's still one of the worst scenes in cinema. Okay, that should help. Ugh. Okay, strap in. I would so prefer seeing the strap on right now. Strap ons are fun. Show me, she says. I don't know what she means. Show you? Show me how much it can hurt. There's so many levels to that. What? I lean back and stare at her in disbelief. Punish me. I want to know how bad it can get. This is a really stupid thing for her to say, and he should immediately say, you have no idea what you're talking about, and you don't know what you're asking, and you most certainly cannot handle it, so no, we're not going to do that. I'm going to keep spanking you at the beginner level that I've been doing, because if I go harder than that, it will be too much for you and you will leave. You have to build up to these things. That is where the word training comes from. Oh no. I release her and step out of reach. She gazes at me, open, honest, serious. She's offering herself to me once more, mine for the taking, to do with as I wish. I'm stunned. She'd fulfill this for me. I can't believe it. It's everything you've been wanting. Why not? You would try. Yes, I said I would. Her expression full of resolve, except she doesn't understand what she is saying and asking for, and he does. And he knows that she doesn't know. Hannah, you're so confusing. I'm confused, too. I'm trying to work this out. And you, and you, eh, and you and I will know once and for all if I can do this, if I can handle this. Then maybe you. She stops and I take a further step back. She wants to touch me. No. But if we do this, then I'll know. She'll know. This is a terrible idea. This is a genuinely terrible idea. And he knows it, but he's going to do it anyway. We're here much sooner than I thought we'd be. Can I do this? And in that moment, I know there's nothing I want more. There's nothing that will satisfy the monster within me more. Before I can change my mind, I grasp her arm and lead her upstairs to the playroom. At the door, I stop. I'll show you how bad it can be, and then you can make up your own mind. Are you ready for this? No, she's not, and you fucking know it. He just said he's basically giving in to his darkest side and doing it fast because he knows he shouldn't be doing it. He knows this is a terrible idea. She is not ready. She does not know what she's asked. She does not know what is about to happen. She's not ready for it. Like, you have to build up slowly. Like, if I'm with a new submissive, I don't care how hardcore they tell me that they are. If I am spanking them, we're going to stop after 10 and I'm going to check with them. And then most I would count up to with a new sub is like 50, and that's like over. That's not all at once. That's like broken into a couple different like sets. But I'm not going to go as hard as I possibly can with somebody who is new because I don't know where their limits are. They don't know where their limits are compared to where I put limits. You know, it's like people who drive too slow at like 40 because that's their limit, whereas other people drive at 90 when the speed limit is 60. You know, like he knows how to drive at 200 and she knows how to ride a tricycle at about 4 miles an hour. This is why this should not be happening for about a billion reasons. This is probably not him at his most abusive, but it's close. This has got to be close to him at his absolute worst, honestly. Not for what he's about to do to her, but for agreeing to do it. Because he said he's only satisfying his own, like, evil, sadistic desires, which, again, with a willing partner who knows what they're agreeing to, where, like, they're informed and able to actually consent because they know what it is, and they know that they can handle it, then fine, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I have a problem with this. Right? Never say you learned BDSM from that movie. People will laugh at you. You'll get kicked out the club. I know, it's just the absolute worst. When her reaction to it is, oh, oh, oh. Like, it's not even that much. It's not even that much. I'm reacting more than she did. And then she's all crying, going, you'll never do that to me again. Bitch, you asked for it. I don't care if it was too much for you at that point, because you put yourself in that goddamn position. You insisted. You don't get to turn around and, quite frankly, throw it in his face that it was too much when he told you repeatedly that it would be. Now, granted, he shouldn't have done it, but she still fucking volunteered. Like, she's not an unwilling victim here. She put herself in that position, literally. She insisted, and then she wants to whine like he tricked her or something. It's like, bitch, you had all the warning signs in the fucking world. He told you repeatedly not to do this. Like, you gotta take some accountability too. She nods, her face set with stubborn determination that I've come to know so well. So be it. I open the door, quickly grab a belt from the rack before she changes her mind, and lead her to the bench in the corner of the room. Bend over the bench, I order quietly. She does as she's told, saying nothing. We're here because you said yes, Anastasia, and you ran from me. I'm going to hit you 6 times. You will count with me. By the way, even if I'm using a belt, 6 is not a number that I am going to do. 1, always spank by 10s. You're a fucking idiot if you don't. And you are a fucking amateur if you don't. Spanking is done in 10s. Don't ask me why, it's just the rule and everybody knows it. But even then, if I'm using a belt, I'm starting at 20. And then depending how much you piss me off, I'm going up from there. Like, again, I'm going to have a lower number with something like a belt or a paddle than I will with just using my hand because, again, degrees and you have to know what they are. But there are people who think a cane is the worst thing, and I'm like, not if it's like a 1-inch wide, like, wispy willow cane, because those are not that much. Like, you know, most of my paddles are worse than that. Like, you have to know how each thing is and, like, kind of rate them on intensity that way and adjust number of spanks per intensity of the item, kind of. Like, I'm sure there's a chart somewhere, and in my head I have one because I'm trained and I know what I'm doing. I've been doing it a long time, so I know how to do that kind of math. And again, it depends on what people can take. I have known people that, you know, with a wooden paddle, I could hit them 200 times and they're perfectly fine and quite enjoying themselves. But they don't like a leather flogger. They just don't. So with that, like 10 is too much for them. And it's like, okay, then I don't use a leather flogger with that person. I only use paddles with that person. Like, it's figuring out what works for you. There's no set hard and fast. Like, the making her count thing is pretty common, though. Still, she says nothing. I fold the hem of her bathrobe over her back, revealing her beautiful naked skin. I run my palm over her buttocks and the top of her thighs, and a frisson runs through me. This is it. What I want. What I've been working towards. I'm doing this so you remember not to run from me. Note how he's like, she didn't say that. She didn't say show me the worst and tell me not to run from you. He has added that. And it plays into his whole you are my property, you are my possession, you belong to me, I own you, you are mine bullshit of saying I'm about to violently beat you beyond what you can take, and I know that, but I want in your head that this is what happens if you run from me. If you try to leave me, this is what I will do. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. This is why he deserves to be dead or in jail. Because he knows exactly what he's doing, and it's part of his brainwashing, and he's very good at it. And as exciting as it is, I never want you to run from me. And you rolled your eyes at me, you know how I feel about that. I take a deep breath, savoring the moment, trying to steady my thundering heartbeat. I need this. This is what I do. And we're finally here. When he says, this is what I do, the word serial killer just flashed in my brain. She can do it. She's never let me down yet. That's a lie. Holding her in place with one hand at the small of her back, I shake out the belt. I take another deep breath, focusing on the task at hand. She won't run. She asked me. And him thinking that because she's agreed to this, she can't say no or stop, which he already thinks anyway, but... And then I wield it, striking her across both cheeks, hard. She cries out in shock. But she's not called out the number, or the safe word. Count, Anastasia, I demand. 1, she shouts. Okay, no safe word. Because... Okay, you fucking idiot. You didn't... One thing he should have done, as soon as she was in position he's about to start, he should have said, you can still say the safe word if it gets to be too much. Because it clearly does for her. We know this because she leaves after this permanently, saying, like, I can't tolerate this. I can't be in a relationship with you. It's over. Because after 1 or 2, she probably wanted to say stop, but he didn't give her the option, and she doesn't know that it is always an option. She doesn't know that. She doesn't want to make it worse when he's beating her with a belt. So she doesn't say anything when it goes too far, because again, he should remind her always. And I don't care if it's your 400th session with someone, you always go over the rules like that before you start. You always confirm, like, traffic lights are on. Yes. Safe word is this. Yes. I need to catch my breath, which sometimes happens, or I need a glass of water. Like, you have words for this. But did he do that? Did he go over safety rules and make sure that she knows she can say stop even now when she's asked to be shown the worst if the worst is too much and she can't take all of it? No, he didn't. And that is what leads to the problem. I hit her again. 2, she screams. See, again, in the movie, if she was actually screaming when counting instead of whispering it, I might have believed that she really hated it. But it doesn't get anywhere close to that. Like, again, it's saying that she's screaming out loud. Again, they couldn't have done another take? Really? They couldn't have voice dubbed it? Fuck even her being a part of it or the actress. Just voice dub that shit and make it, like, actually make sense. That's right. Let it out, baby. I don't even know where to go with that. I hit her once more. 3. She winces. There are 3 stripes across her backside. I make it 4. She shouts the number loud and clear. There's no one to hear you, baby. Shout all you need, as if that's not a creepy line right the fuck there. Shout. I knew the playroom was soundproof, because it would have to be. But of all the creepy... I belt her again. 5, she sobs, and I pause, waiting for her to safe word. She doesn't. And 1 for luck. 6, Anna whispers, her voice forced and hoarse. I dropped the belt, savoring my sweet, euphoric release. Again, he's got the stamina of like an 11-year-old if he got off on that quickly. But he always does. I'm punch drunk, breathless, and finally replete. Ugh. Oh, this beautiful girl. My beautiful girl. I want to kiss every inch of her body. We're here. Where I want to be. I reach for her, pulling her into my arms. Let go. No. She struggles out of my grasp, scrambling away from me. Well, what did you think, you fucking moron? How about you say something? How about, wow, I'm really surprised you handled that. I'm so proud of you. That makes me so happy. I want you so bad, baby. Let me kiss you. How about words? Scrambles away from me, pushing and shoving and finally turning on me like a seething wildcat. Don't touch me, she hisses. Her face blotchy and smeared with tears. Her nose is running. Her hair is a dark, tangled mess, but she's never looked so magnificent and at the same time so angry. He really cannot take a hint. Her anger crashes over me like a tidal wave. She's mad. Really mad. She has no right to be mad. Quite frankly, I say what you want. She has absolutely no right to be mad at all right now. Zero. You asked for something, you got it. Deal with it. You have no right to be mad. Okay, I hadn't figured on anger, because again, he's an emotional idiot. Give her a moment. Wait for the endorphins to kick in. Again, she's not like that. She's not a submissive, so she's not gonna get a rush out of this, you idiot. She dashes away her tears with the back of her hand. This is what you really like. Me, like this. See, again, we have a misunderstanding because she thinks he wants her, like, crying and shaking and, like, unable to take it because he's hurting her too much, when that's not what he's saying. But there's a huge, like, misunderstanding here. Does he want to be able to beat her like that and worse? Hell yes. But does he want her response to be the response that she is giving right now? No. But he has no ability to explain that because he doesn't feel the need to explain himself, so they're going to misunderstand each other, and that's why they're going to break up for about, what is it, like 61 hours? It's like 3 days or something. My euphoria vanishes. I'm stunned, completely helpless and paralyzed by her anger. The crying I know and understand, but this rage, somewhere deep inside me, it resonates with me, and I don't want to think about that. Yes, because why would you find empathy or understanding and try to convey that to calm her down and make her feel human right now? Why would you possibly try to make this better at all? An idiot. Don't go there, Gray. Why didn't she ask me to stop? She didn't safe word. She deserved to be punished. She ran from me. She rolled her eyes. This is what happens when you defy me, baby. Okay, you did not get to put baby at the end of that sentence. Go fuck yourself. She scowls, blue eyes wide and bright, filled with hurt and rage and sudden chilling insight. Yeah, okay, after, again, 504 pages, she finally gets the thing that he's been telling her from the beginning. Like, she's just as culpable in this. That's why I have no sympathy for her right now. I have zero sympathy for this dumbass bitch. She put herself in this situation. She literally asked for it, and when she got it, she wants to whine and cry and play the victim. Go to hell. Go to hell, you stupid, stupid bitch. You got exactly what you asked for. You got exactly what you asked for. You don't get to whine and complain about it after because you couldn't handle what you asked for. This is why you don't play games you're not ready for. And you were told 100 times, you're not ready for this. You don't know what you're doing. You shouldn't be doing this. You were told. You didn't listen. Fuck around, find out. And you've done a lot of fucking around. This is why I have no sympathy for this character at all. None whatsoever. None. Zero. I have more sympathy for him than her, honestly. Because him, as much as he's warped and twisted and he does not know what BDSM is, I get to where he gets there. He should not be doing what he's doing, and he belongs to be in jail, and he definitely has a body count, but she's just stupid. She's just fucking stupid and then wants to whine about having to deal with real life. Like, they both are such immature people. Shit, what have I done? It's sobering. I'm unbalanced, teetering on the edge of a dangerous precipice, desperately searching for words to make this right. But my mind is blank. That I believe. Totally believe that. I totally believe that he has no idea what to say to her right now. That actually makes sense. It's possibly the thing that makes the most sense in this entire series is that he literally doesn't know what to say to her right now. Because he's never encountered this before. Because she's not acting like a submissive, and that's all he knows how to deal with. You know, it'd be like, and this is happened. Does this ever happen to you, by the way, people in the chat? Has this ever happened to you that a stranger will like stop you on the street and start talking to you, like maybe they're asking for directions or something, but they're speaking to you in a foreign language that you don't speak, but they, for some reason, like apparently thought that you did? Like there was a time when I lived in an area that was largely like Hungarian and like Czech. And so I would get stopped on the street like at least once a day and people would start speaking to me in Hungarian, I guess assuming that I understood them. And I didn't. I've also had people come up to me several times and start speaking Hebrew at me, which I don't speak. I guess maybe I look Jewish. I don't know. And I am actually Italian, so when I lived in an Italian area, wow, did I get people walking up and speaking, usually old men, walking up and speaking Italian at me, which I regret that I don't speak. And I actually started, I started doing Duolingo, and then I stopped when I got sick in February because I was sick for the entire month, so I didn't do any of it. But I want to get back to it because I actually do want to speak Italian. But yeah, I got stopped a lot. Maybe people thinking that I speak Italian and I don't. But I've also had people come up to me and start speaking in First Nations languages, Russian, Hindi. What was the other one? There was another one that was really common. Again, I live in an incredibly multicultural like part of Canada. Not all of Canada is multicultural, but I live in like kind of the center of a lot of it because again, I'm less than an hour from Toronto and in a city that's fast becoming kind of a like sub Toronto. So again, super multicultural. I could get food from like anywhere in the world in like 30 minutes or less. So yeah, I've had a lot of people come up to me and start speaking different languages that unfortunately I didn't speak, and I always feel bad because I know it's like somebody like asking for directions or something, like asking for help in some way, and it's like, sorry, I don't understand. I'm really sorry. I always feel terrible. But I always wonder, like, what is this look that I have that apparently I look like every nation on the planet, and people just walk up to me thinking that I am like one of, I'm like from where they're from, or I'll understand them when I don't. Like I can get by in French as long as it's extremely basic and don't expect me to answer, but other than that, not so much. The guy who installed the floors in my kitchen didn't know that I fully understood him. He was on his cell phone all day saying sexist pig things and calling me all kinds of names in Arabic, which he didn't know I understood because I have an Arabic friend from high school and she taught me all the bad words. Those are the only words I know, but I remembered them. And yes, I taught her all the bad words in English. This is how we became friends. Oh, we had fun. Searching for the words to make this right, but my mind is blank. Well, you are one fucked up son of a bitch, she snarls. Why did they cut that line from the movie? That would have made me cheer. All the breath leaves my body, and it's like she whipped me with a belt. Fuck. She's recognized me for what I am. Wow. There's no way E.L. James wrote this section. I'm sorry, no. This has way too much insight for her to have written this. No way. And I've read like 6 books by her now. I know her tone and her style, and I've said from the beginning of this one that it feels like it was written by a ghostwriter. It feels like it was somebody trying to match her style, but whoever wrote it was smarter and had more emotional intelligence and more empathy and understanding than she fucking does, and it is showing in this scene. Because that is way too on the nose for E.L. James. She would never, ever, 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 ever
admit that about her carefully protected creation. Keep in mind, when this book came out, she was still fiercely and publicly defending that he was not a monster, he was not an abuser, not a rapist, not everything that everybody said he correctly was. She was still fervently defending him, so there's no way in hell that she wrote that line of him admitting that, yes, he's just an abusive monster and nothing else. That it has nothing to do with BDSM. That's just a cover that he uses to abuse women, and that is it. There's no way in fucking hell that she wrote that. And probably didn't read it before it got published. And probably doesn't know about it now. She's seen the monster. 6 whips with a belt is not the monster. I have done far worse on a coffee date than that. And yes, I'm serious. Let's just say, okay, I don't know if I want to tell this or not, but yes, I have done worse and more painful in the bathroom of a coffee shop to somebody who let me with their socks stuffed in their mouth so nobody heard. And a very good time was had by all, but that was very consensual. And I had check-ins. We were using tapping because whenever you take away somebody's ability to speak, you need to use hand signals. So I made sure this person knew, and they did. We used this 1, 2, 3, 4, show me 1, 2, 3, or 4, and that meant different things. So we had hand signals. We had full communication the entire time, and I was very, very careful about that. Also very careful to make sure the bathroom door locked. But never have no communication. Even if you take away someone's ability to speak, that's what hand signals are for, or tapping your foot, or blink code. There's a lot of different ways, but always make sure you have a clear, mutually understood way to communicate. Anna, I whisper, pleading with her. I want her to stop. I want to hold her and make the pain go away. I want her to sob in my arms. Again, if he said this out loud, she probably wouldn't leave. But does he say it out loud? No. Don't you dare, Anna, me. You need to sort your shit out, Gray. Yes, he does. She snaps and walks out of the playroom, quietly shutting the door behind her. Stunned, I stare at the door, her words ringing in my ears. You are one fucked up son of a bitch. She is not the first person to ever say that to him. No way in hell. No one has ever walked out on me. Why do I find that so hard to believe? What the hell? Mechanically, I run my hand through my hair, trying to rationalize her reaction and mine. I just let her go. I'm sorry, is he saying he should have what? Run to the playroom door and prevented her from leaving, tied her to the bed until she agreed to not be mad at him? What? Because that's a really creepy statement when you think about it. I'm not mad. I'm what? I stooped to pick up the belt, walk to the wall, and hang it on its peg. That was, without a doubt, one of the most satisfying moments of my life. Yes, because you got to whip and beat an unwilling woman, and that's what you really want, and that's why you're attracted to her, because she's unwilling, and that's now what it takes to get you off because you've crossed the line, and a willing victim is no longer enough. Again, I'm going to episodes of Criminal Minds again of it wasn't an unsub. It was when Hotch and Reed go to a prison to interview Chester Hardwick, and Hotch has a line where he says, like, you knew young that no willing woman would ever be able to submit to the painful sexual desires that you had, and that's why he became a rapist and a serial killer of women, because a willing victim could never do it for him because he was too extreme. That is what Christian Grey is. There's another one in my head. My eye is twitching. I'm aware. I'm aware that my eye is twitching, okay? I know. My blood pressure's through the fucking roof right now. I can feel it. There's somebody else, too. Again, Identity is one. Identity, again, same thing. The guy who blows himself up. Yeah, where they find his, like, torture tools under the bed, and it's like, yeah. And they talk to his the wife that got away from him. And they're like, yeah, he was a sick, cruel bastard, did what he wanted when he wanted. And she's like, yeah, the militia saw what he did to me and they helped me, like, get away. And she, like, moved to a different state.
And then he started abducting women. And they figure out, they're like, that's why the abductions were so far apart. It took time for these women to die because he slowly tortured them to death. And there's a few others like that as well. But he's in that group. You know, it's like porn creep is a real thing. Like guys who watch so much porn they can't like get off without it, and the porn gets more extreme and more violent, and then eventually crosses into like illegal kinds of porn because it just takes more and more. It's kind of like heroin. Like, you know, when people first start doing it, it only takes like a little amount, but then like after 10 years of, you know, shooting up, it takes a lot of heroin for them to feel a high at all, and they wind up overdosing. It's the same thing. Like sexually, it just replace heroin with sex. It's the same thing. Violent sex, same thing. It takes more and more and more to get the high until you cross a line where somebody ends up dead. In the case of Christian Grey, his subs end up dead. Makes perfect sense. Again, if it was actually revealed at the end of this that he was a serial killer, that would be so much better and makes so much more sense. You know, and you can even have him be like Frances Dollarhide in Red Dragon, where she's what's her name? The blind girl that he falls in love with and he tries to stop. Because he has very much, like, again, if you told me she watched that and then wrote some of this, I'd believe it. Because, yeah, he has, like, the monster inside him. He has the red dragon voice in his head and his grandmother's voice in his head, like, making him do evil, bad things, kind of. And then he falls in love with Rita. That's her name. Reba. It's Reba. He falls in love with Reba and he tries to stop. He genuinely tries to stop. He doesn't want to be the evil killer anymore. He wants to be a good man for her and love her and like have a future with her, but he can't get away from the darkness and the, you know, the voices in his head, kind of. That's why he goes to the museum and eats the painting, which, by the way, the actor Ray Fiennes actually did. They had it printed out on like candy paper, though apparently he still got really violently ill. It was supposed to be safe. It was not. But it's like that. Anastasia is effectively Reba. He wants to not be a monster for her, but he is, and that's not going to change. Da, 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 da. That was, without a doubt, one of the most satisfying moments of my life. A moment ago, I felt lighter. The weight of uncertainty between us gone. It's done. We're there. Now that she knows what's involved, we can move on. Except you didn't count on her saying that's too much, you idiot. I told her. People like me like inflicting pain, and maybe if you had had like reasonable, rational conversations about that and gotten here slowly, but only on women who like it. That was an editor line. I swear, an editor put that in. Because no, he's right the first time. I told her. People like me like inflicting pain. End of. But only on women who like it. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, whoever put that line in, trying to make him not as evil as he is. Fuck you. Because I don't believe it, and it's not fucking true. He wants to do it to her because she doesn't like it. That's what gets him off at this point. That's why he's attracted to her. Because he's had too many women that do like it, and it's not enough anymore. He even said so, like, multiple times in different ways. My sense of unease grows. Her reaction, the image of her injured, haunted look, is back. Unwelcome in my mind's eye. It's unsettling, and I am used to making women cry. It's what I do. Well, there you go, folks. But Anna, see, again, he's saying, this is what I do, this is what I like, but I want it to be different with her. I want her to be different because she has magical keep the nightmares away powers that are bullshit and are really just him hitting, honest to God, a certain age. and place in his life where he wants more, and so decides that the first slut he comes across is it. Ah! Okay, don't overflow the glass. Very nearly did. Forgot that I have cuffs on and have to pick it up with that. I may be about to pour wine down my tits, so I'm sure that's a porn category somewhere. Genuinely afraid I'm about to spill this. Okay, I may just pick a random place to stop in the next half hour. I sink to the floor and lean my head against the wall, my arms on my bent knees. Just let her cry. She'll feel better for crying. Women do, in my experience. Wow, sexist pig. Give her a moment, then go and offer her aftercare. Well, I think that's the first time that word is used in this book, and he doesn't know what it is. And what do you mean offer her? It's, again, aftercare is supposed to be built in. It's something you account for. If you say it's a 2-hour session, then you spend 90 minutes having a session and 30 minutes with aftercare. That is what you do. It is always part of it unless somebody explicitly says they don't want any. And then that is a judgment call on both sides because it's usually not a good thing. She didn't say a word. She asked me. She wanted to know, curious as ever. It's just been a rude awakening, that's all. So now he's rationalizing. You are one fucked up son of a bitch. Closing my eyes, I smile without humor. Yes, Anna, yes, I am. And now you know. And now we can move forward with our relationship, arrangement, whatever this is. He really is delusional at this point. Because he's not reading her correctly at all. He's saying, oh, she's mad, she'll cry it out. But now that she knows the worst, now we can have a real relationship. Which is also implying that he's going to do this again. It's implying that he is believing that now that she knows the worst, she'll cry it out, rationalize it herself, and then be fine with it, knowing that if she disobeys him or breaks the rules, this is the punishment. And so that will be her being willing to take it. And so they'll both get what they want. Like, he's gone fully into delusional land here. My thoughts don't comfort me, and my sense of unease grows. Her wounded eyes glaring at me, outraged, accusatory, pitying. She can see me for what I am, a monster. Flynn springs to mind. Don't dwell on the negative, Christian. Yeah, we have to remind ourselves he has a therapist who, conveniently, has been on vacation the entire length of this book. I close my eyes once more and see Anna's anguished face. What a fool I am. Yep, correct. Absolutely. This was too soon. Way, way too soon. Yep. Entirely correct. Fuck. I'll reassure her. Yes, let her cry and then I'll reassure her. I was angry with her for running from me. Why did she do that? Hell, she's so different from any other women I've known. Of course she wouldn't react the same way. I need to face her. Hold her. We'll get through this. I wonder where she is. Shit. Panic seizes me. Suppose she's gone. No, she wouldn't do that. Yes, she would. And she should. Absolutely 100%. I stand and race out of the room and down the stairs. She's not in the living room. She must be in bed. I dash to my bedroom. The bed is empty. Full-blown anxiety erupts in the pit of my belly. No, she can't have gone. He's really stupid at this point. He's just stupid. But also, can we remember that Maxim whatever in the other series does this same thing of running through the house, panic thinking that she has left? and he runs through the house of his own house, like screaming and kicking in doors looking for somebody. When, dude, it's like a 200 room, like, estate, and you're shocked she's not standing in the living room kneeling and naked. Like, it's the same thing. Like, that series and this series are the same book. She just changed the names and the country. That's it. Oh, I forgot to look and see how the movies are coming, because they should be filming right about now. They're definitely still happening, because like I said, there last time I checked, there had been names added to the production crew, so they're definitely happening. And now would be like, they're, because they take place in like summer/fall, so now would be the time to be filming those, assuming they got anybody to agree, because again, they had hella time casting these. Everybody turned them down. They got turned down by like hundreds of actors and actresses. They had, I believe, 4 or 5 different sets of actors signed up who wound up leaving. Like, that's what delayed production so much, is because they kept losing their lead actors after like a day or two. Upstairs, she must be in her room. I take the stairs 3 at a time and pause breathless outside her bedroom door. She's in there, crying. Oh, thank God. There's the response to I made my lady run to a different room and cry. Oh, thank God. I lean my head against the door, overwhelmed by my relief. Don't leave. The thought is awful. Of course she just needs to cry. I take a steadying breath and head to the bathroom beside the playroom to fetch some arnica cream, Advil, and a glass of water, and I return to her room. I really want to buy arnica cream from the States, because we don't have it here. Because I remember the first time I heard about it was during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I asked my friend in England if he knew what it was, and he does. Apparently, it's very common there, but it's not. We don't have it in Canada. I don't know why, and maybe that's changed because this was a long time ago. But we don't have it here. So I don't know if I even could get it from the States, because I think there's something in it that like you can't like have in like products here. It's why we don't have a lot of American foods, because of like food dyes and preservatives and stuff that we don't allow here. I think it's one of those. But I really would like to get some just to see what it is, and if it actually works and like what it does, kind of thing. I want to play with it. Inside it's still dark. No dawn. Inside it's still dark, though dawn is a pale streak on the horizon, and it takes me a moment to find my beautiful girl. She's curled up in the middle of the bed, small and vulnerable, sobbing quietly. Yeah, crying in a dark room, there's a good sign that your relationship's great. The sound of her grief rips through me, leaving me winded. My subs never affected me like this, even when they were bawling. I don't get it. Why do I feel so lost? Putting down the arnica, water, and the tablets, I lift the comforter and slide in beside her. Reach for her. She stiffens, her whole body screaming, "Don't touch me." The irony is not lost on me, and yet he's still. She already said, like, "Don't touch me," and again, we have further and definitive proof that he will break his own rules, because what did he say? She went to the sub room, not his bedroom. She's not in his bedroom. If she's in his bedroom, I cut him some slack here, but she's not. She is in the subby room where he told her she would want to go to be alone after he is an abusive bastard, and she feels like this. And what did he say? He said, "It is your space. I will never, ever, ever go in there." And yet, this is the second, possibly third time, I don't remember, but this is the one that matters, of him not respecting his own rules and just letting her be. What is he doing? He's proving, "I will never leave you alone. You belong to me even when you hate me. I will come in and get in bed with you and make demands," because she has to be expecting that he's about to have sex with her. There's nothing else she would possibly think. So he's breaking his own rules, breaking into her, and from her point of view, probably thinking he's demanding sex because he just epically got off on beating her and now he wants to get off. So she has to follow the rules, but he doesn't. "Hush," I whisper in a vain attempt to halt her tears and calm her. She doesn't respond. She remains frozen, unyielding. "Don't fight me, Anna, please. If that doesn't make her think he's about to rape her, what the hell would?" She relaxes a fraction because she's brain dead. allowing me to pull her into my arms, and I bury my nose in her wonderfully fragrant hair. She smells as sweet as ever, her scent a soothing balm to my nerves, and I plant a tender kiss on her neck. I would elbow him in the face and then squeeze his balls so tight he, like, could never use them again, and then run. Don't hate me, I murmur as I press my lips to her throat, tasting her. She says nothing, but slowly her crying dissipates into soft, stifling sobs, and at last she's quiet. I think she may have fallen asleep, but I cannot bring myself to check, in case I disturb her. At least she's calmer now. You could have said I came in the room and gave her a shot of Valium and then she calmed and taken the same response. And do we think that he's not, like, fucking done that before? I'm looking for a place to, like, this doesn't end. It just goes on and on and on and on. There's no paragraphs. There's nothing. I... Dawn comes and goes, and the ambient light gets brighter, intruding into the room as morning moves on. And still we lie quietly. How long have they been here? This is not healthy at all, like, for either of them. My mind drifts as I hold my girl in my arms, and I observe the changing quality of light. I can't remember an instance when I just laid down and let time creep by and my thoughts wander. It's relaxing, imagining what I could do for the rest of the day. Maybe I should take her to see The Grace. Yes, we could go sailing this afternoon. If she's still talking to you, Gray. She moves, a slight twitch in her foot, and I know she's awake. I brought you some Advil and some arnica cream. Finally, she responds, slowly turning in my arms to face me. Pain-riven eyes focus on mine, her look intense, questioning. She takes her time to scrutinize me as if seeing me for the first time. It's unnerving because, as usual, I have no idea what she's thinking. Wow, these were like the least changed from Twilight lines ever. What she's seeing, but she's definitely calmer, and I welcome the small spark of relief this brings. Today might be a good day after all. Is she just trying to make him as, like, fucking clueless as possible? She caresses my cheek and runs her fingers along my jaw, tickling my stubble. I close my eyes, savoring her touch. It's still so new, the sensation. Being touched and enjoying her innocent fingers gently stroking my face. The darkness quiet. I don't mind her touching my face, or her fingers in my hair. I'm sorry, she says. Here we go. Here we go. I could rant for an hour on her apologizing when he's the one who should be in jail. Her soft spoken words are a surprise. She's apologizing to me. Yeah, 'cause she's about to leave your dumbass. For what? What I said. Relief courses unchecked through my body. She's forgiven me. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Besides, what she said in anger was right. I am a fucked up son of a bitch. You didn't tell me anything I didn't know. And for the first time in so many years, I find myself apologizing. I'm sorry I hurt you. Bull fucking shit. You're sorry it had consequences that you don't know how to handle. You are not at all sorry that you hurt her. You're sorry for the way she reacted, maybe, and that you have to deal with it, but those are both selfish. You're not sorry for what you did at all. Her shoulders lift a little and she gives me a slight smile. I've won a reprieve. We're safe. We're okay. I'm relieved. Okay, now I'm convinced. Yeah, she's trying to write him as the dumbest fool in the history of ever. I asked for it, she says. You sure did, baby. Again, in his head, not out loud. She swallows nervously. I don't think I can be everything you want me to be. She concedes, her eyes wide with heartfelt sincerity. The world stops. Fuck. We're not safe at all. Gray, make this right. You're everything I want you to be. That's not true. You can't keep pretending that somebody is when they're not. Or this is what happens. It's gonna blow up in your stupid face. And you both deserve it. She frowns, her eyes are red rimmed and she's so pale. The palest I've ever seen her. It's oddly striking. I don't understand, she says. I'm not obedient, and you can be sure as hell I'm not going to let you do that to me again. And that's what you need. You said so. So she's finally getting it. Like, he knew from the beginning they shouldn't be together, but she's only figuring that out now because she's really, 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 really stupid. There it is, her coup de grace. I pushed too far. Duh! Now she knows, and all the arguments I had with myself before I embarked on the pursuit of this girl fled back to me. She's not into the lifestyle. How can I corrupt her this way? She's too young, too innocent, too Anna. All true, and he should be in jail / burn in hell for what he's done, and he knows it. Is that going to stop him? No. Even now. My dreams are just that. Dreams. This isn't going to work. Fucking duh. I close my eyes. I can't bear to look at her. It's true. She would be better off without me. Now that she's seen the monster, she knows she can't contend with him. And I have to free her. Let her go her own way. This won't work between us. I'm sorry, are we supposed to pretend that, like, he, like, lets her go? Like, if you love something, let it go bullshit? When instead the reality is, like, again, the movie ending is better than this. This is pathetic. This is pathetic and stupid on both counts. Whereas him whipping her and then a hard cut to her walking out and saying goodbye, that is better. Focus, Gray. You're right. I should let you go. I'm no good for you. Her eyes widen. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. I'm so glad that they cut this. I don't want to go, she whispers. Tears pooled in her eyes, glistening in her long dark glasses. There we go. There we go. I'm sorry. She just volunteered to be murdered. I don't want to go. You're a fucking idiot. You are a fucking idiot, and I'm done caring if you get yourself killed. Like, you can't save some people. And she just put herself very firmly in that realm. I don't want you to go either, I answer because it's the truth. And that feeling, that ominous, frightening feeling is back, overwhelming me. The tears trickle down her cheeks once more. Gently I wipe away a falling tear with my thumb, and before you know it, the words tumble out. I've come alive since I met you. I trace my thumb along her bottom lip. I want to kiss her, hard, make her forget, dazzle her, arouse her. I know I can, but something holds me back. Her wary, injured look. Why would she want to be kissed by a monster? She might push me away, and I don't know if I could deal with any more rejection. Her words haunt me, pulling at some dark, repressed memory. Oh God, I'm so close to being done. You are one fucked up son of a bitch. Me too, she whispers. I've fallen in love with you, Christian. No, you haven't, because you're too young and stupid to know what love is. And this is not it. I remember Carrick teaching me to dive. For a second I thought it said drive. But why is he suddenly flashing back to his parents teaching him something? My toes gripping the pool edge as I fell arching into the water. And now I'm falling once more. Into the abyss, in slow motion. There's no way she can feel that about me. Not me. No. So now he's freaking out because she said she's in love with him. And he's like, no, you can't love me. Like, this is where he thinks, like, his parents don't love him either, which he definitely does, and, you know, possibly true from the way that we hear he was kind of not raised, because both his parents are, like, professional career people with, like, 4 kids, so gotta question how that really went. And I'm choking for air, strangled by her words pressing their momentous weight on my chest. I plunge down and down, the darkness welcoming me. I can't hear them. I can't deal with them. She doesn't know what she's saying, who she's dealing with, what she's dealing with. So you just showed her the worst, but now you don't believe that she loves you. Like, it makes sense, but also, like, what is any of this? Why is this here? No, my voice is raw with pain disbelief. You can't love me, Anna. No, that's wrong. Okay, so what do you want, dude? What do you want? He's one of those guys where you want to grab him and shake him and slap him repeatedly and go, what do you want? What do you actually want? And the answer is he wants to be a little boy. He wants to play with his toys until they break. He wants to fuck his slaves and bury them when they break and keep doing it and never have to deal with the consequences of his actions. That's what he wants. I need to set her right on this. She cannot love a monster. She cannot love a fucked up son of a bitch. She needs to go. Okay, seriously, in the book, does he send her away? I don't remember that. Like, this is completely different from the original book, I swear. Like, we know there's several retcons in here, but this is a big one. Because I swear in the original book, I wish I could pull it out right now and hadn't burned it. I swear she just leaves. Like, none of this is here. This whole scene is not here. This doesn't exist. Because is he about to chase her away like when you release a deer and you like scare them away so they don't come back? Like, she needs out. And in an instant everything becomes crystal clear. This is my eureka moment. I cannot make her happy. I cannot be what she needs. I cannot let this go on. This has to finish. It should never have started. True. Why? Why is it wrong? Well, look at you. I can't make you happy. The anguish is plain in my voice as I sink deeper and deeper into the abyss, shrouded in despair. No one can love me. This is where we're supposed to feel like so sorry for him that he's so broken, and I don't. I don't feel sorry for him at all. This is bullshit. This is manipulative garbage and nothing else. But you do make me happy, she says, not comprehending. Maybe because you're not explaining. Anastasia Steele, look at yourself. I have to be honest with her. Not at the moment. Not doing what I want to do. She blinks, her lashes fluttering over her large, wounded eyes, studying me with intensity as she searches for the truth. We'll never get past that, will we? I shake my head. Because I can't think of anything to say, it comes down to incompatibility again. She closes her eyes as if in pain. And when she opens them, they're clearer, full of resolve. Her tears have stopped, and the blood starts pounding through my head as my heart hammers. I know what she's going to say, and I dread what she's going to say. Well, I'd better go then. She winces as she sits up. Now? She can't go. You just said that, yeah, you need to not be a couple. She needs to get away from you, and now you're saying don't go. Like, fuck this guy so much. No, don't go. I'm free falling deeper and deeper. Her leaving feels like a monumental mistake. My mistake. But she can't stay if this is how she feels about me. She just can't. Okay, so again, grow the fuck up, make a goddamn decision, act like an adult instead of a whiny little bitch who wants to have his cake and eat it too. There's no point in me staying, she says, and gingerly climbs out of the bed, still wrapped in her bathrobe. She's really leaving. I can't believe it. I scramble out of the bed to stop her, but her look pins me to the floor. Her expression so bleak, so cold, so distant. Not my Anna at all. So he was going to physically stop her from leaving. Even though he has just spent like 4 pages saying that he knows they are incompatible, he should never have done this to her, they should never have started this, and that she needs to be away from him. Ay. I'm going to get dressed. I'd like some privacy, she says. How flat and empty her voice sounds as she turns and leaves, closing the door behind her. I stare at the closed door. This is the second time in one day that she's walked out on me. I sit up and cradle my head in my hands, trying to calm down, trying to rationalize my feelings. She loves me. How did this happen? How? Gray, you fucking fool. Wasn't this always a risk with someone like her? Someone good and innocent and courageous? Okay, there's a whole other level that I could go for an hour. What did he think of his submissives then? That they're not good or innocent? That what? They're demons? They're vixens? They're sluts? What? But that they could never love him, even though he said that several of them wanted more, which means they were falling in love with him and wanted him to love them too, and he wouldn't even consider it because they're nasty women somehow. They're evil, they're dirty. That's what it is. And that's why he's so attracted to her, because she's good and clean and innocent. And it's that, like, it's the religious bullshit showing through, but also a lot of men think like that. A lot of men that are perfectly content to sleep with any woman on the street see any woman that will sleep with them as dirty and evil or loose or slutty or immoral or corrupt or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but the same doesn't apply to you, you dumbass. You still go to church every Sunday and think that you get to marry the virgin and have 6 children, and women are supposed to be completely untouched and have no idea what sex is and, like, have never taken their top off in public or anything like that. They're supposed to be innocent and virtuous and chaste, while you can be a running fucking dog? And the answer is yes. That's exactly what the vast majority of men think. That they are entitled to, quote, sow their wild oats and, get some, and because that's what men do. And this includes after marriage. Why do you think so many religious men cheat constantly and don't think anything of it? Because they think they're entitled. Because they think that's how men are, that they're meant to have many different women because men are just wired that way. We can't help ourselves. Like, it's the same excuse that rapists use. You shouldn't have been wearing a low-cut shirt. You shouldn't have been wearing a short skirt because when a man sees that, he turns into an animal and just can't help himself. Well, the answer to that is go fuck yourself. You belong in jail or dead, preferably dead. Because yes, you can help yourself. And yet, if a woman, like, sleeps with 2 guys her entire life, she's a slut. Like, he's doing that bullshit. There's got to be a place to stop soon because I'm dying. Like, I really don't want to stop just, like, mid-sentence, but I might. Okay, there's a place to stop. There is a place to stop. It's like in a page and a half. So last chance to sponsor the last 2 ducks, if anybody wants to. I meant to say that more tonight. I really wanted the last 2, but they're still in their basket, in their bag. I've had some wine and I need a lot more. A lot more. I risk that she'd not see the real me until it was too late. That I would make her suffer like this. Why is it so painful? I feel like I've punctured a lung. I follow her out of the room. She might want privacy, but if she's leaving me, I need clothes. When I reach my bedroom, she's showering, so I quickly change into jeans and a t-shirt. I've chosen black, suitable for my mood. Grabbing my phone, I wander through the apartment, tempted to sit at the piano and hammer out some woeful lament. But instead I stand in the middle of the room, feeling nothing. Vacant. Focus, Gray. This is the right decision. Let her go. My phone buzzes. It's Welch. Has he found Layla? Welch. Mr. Gray, I have news. Oh, we get this thrown in the middle of this now? Really? His voice grates over the phone. This guy should stop smoking. He sounds like Deep Throat. You found her? My spirits lift a little. No, sir. What is it then? Why the hell have you called? Layla left her husband. He finally admitted it to me. He washed his hands of her. That is news. I see. He has no idea where she might be, but he wants his palm greased. Wants to know who's so interested in his wife. Though that's not what he called her. Really? So she married somebody who, like, seriously though, if you were, say, separated from somebody and some random guy who probably didn't say who he's representing or why called looking for information on them, what would your response be? Mine would be to hang up because it's creepy and I don't know who you are. And even if I'm not with somebody anymore, it doesn't mean I'm going to start telling some rando stranger, like, their business. I fight my surging anger. How much does he want? He said 2,000. He said what? I shout, losing it. Dude, you said you make like 100,000 in 15 minutes. Why are you bitching? If anything, I'd be yelling at Welch. Well, why didn't you fucking pay him? You know I'll pay it. Pay him, find out what he knows, and don't call me until you know something. Click. Why didn't he just admit earlier that Layla had walked out on him? Maybe because it's none of your goddamn business? Well, he could have told us the fucking truth. What's his number? I need to call him. Welch, this is a real fuck up, and it's all yours. I glance up and Anna's standing awkwardly at the entrance to the living room, dressed in jeans and an ugly sweatshirt. She's all big eyes and a tight, pinched face, her suitcase beside her. When did she bring a suitcase here? I feel like a scene was cut out. Find her, I snap. Hanging up. I'll deal with Welch later. Anna walks over to the sofa and from her backpack removes the Mac, her phone, and the key to her car. Taking a deep breath, she marches to the kitchen and lays all 3 items on the counter. What the hell? She's returning her things? Duh. She turns to face me, her determination clear on her small, ashen face. It's her stubborn look, the one I know so well. I need the money that Taylor got for my beetle. Her voice is calm but monotone. And I don't want those things, they're yours. She can't do this to me. Yes, she can. Please take them. No, Christian, I only accepted them under sufferance, and I don't want them anymore. Anna, be reasonable. I don't want anything that will remind me of you. I just need the money that Taylor got for my car. Her voice is devoid of emotion. She wants to forget me. Are you really trying to wound me? Now he's gonna play this card? He has no right. No, I'm not. I'm trying to protect myself. Of course, she's protecting herself from the monster. Please, Anna, take the stuff so he can feel less guilty. That's why he does it. Her lips are so pale. Christian, I don't want to fight. I just need that money. Money. It always comes down to the fucking money. That's not what she said. You stole her car and sold it without her permission. Will you take a check? I snarl. Yes, I think you're good for it. She wants money, I'll give her money. So now he's deciding to be pissed off, even though money is the one thing that she has not let him give her. And she just gave back a brand new car and other things, but now he's gonna like to comfort himself, he's gonna be like, oh, she's just a gold digging whore that wants money. Yeah, I'll throw money at her and say good riddance. And I don't feel bad that I lost somebody that I want because I treated them atrociously and I got called out for it. Nope. I storm into my study, barely holding on to my temper. Sitting at my desk, I call Taylor. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I ignore his greeting. How much did you get for Anna's VW? $12,000, sir. See, that sounds more like reality. Even that, though, for like a 10-year-old Beetle back then, like 1,500. That much. In spite of my bleak mood, I'm surprised. It's a classic, he says by way of explanation. Thanks. Can you take Miss Steele home now? Of course, I'll be right down. I hang up and take out my checkbook from my desk drawer. As I do, I remember my conversation with Welch about Layla's fucking asshole of a husband. It's always about fucking money. In my anger, I double the amount that Taylor got for the death trap and stuff a check into the envelope. Okay, so that somebody must have told like E.L. James that $24,000 was way too much for a 10-year-old VW Beetle, and this is her way of trying to fix it. But still, $12,000 is still way too much for that car. Way too much. We got like a page and a half left. Oh. When I return, she's still standing by the kitchen island, lost, almost childlike. I hand her the envelope, my anger evaporating at the sight of her. Taylor got a good price. It's a classic car. I mumble an apology. You can ask him. He'll take you home. I nod to where Taylor is waiting at the entrance of the living room. That's fine. I can get myself home, thank you. No, accept the ride, Anna. Why does she do this? Still in his head. Dude, she's leaving you. What part of that is unclear? And the answer to that is all of it. Because he's not accepting that she's leaving. I guarantee you, the second she walks out the door, his first thought is going to be, how do I get her back? Because I know that this is just temporary, because there's no way she could have really left me. There's no way that it's really over when I've decided that she belongs to me. And in her sleep, she said she'd never leave me. So this is just a temporary situation that I need to figure out how to fix. That's going to be his mentality. Him and every other stalker ever. Are you going to defy me at every turn? She's leaving you, you fucking twit! She gets to defy you because fuck you. She said it's over. Why change the habit of a lifetime? She gives me a blank look. That's it in a nutshell. Why our arrangement was doomed from the start. She's just not cut out for this, and deep down I always knew it. I close my eyes. I am such a fool. True. I try a softer approach, pleading with. See, he knows this is true and he's still not giving up. He's still not just quietly letting her leave and moving on himself. No. Please, Anna, let Taylor take you home. I'll get the car, Miss Steele, Taylor announces with quiet authority and leaves. Maybe she'll listen to him. And this is the book that was supposed to defend this character, when all it's doing is making him worse and worse and worse, and now more than ever. She glances around, but he's already gone down to the basement to fetch the car. She turns back to me, her eyes wider all of a sudden, and I hold my breath. I really can't believe she's going. This is the last time I'll see her, and she looks so sad. It cuts deep that I'm the one responsible for that look. I take a hesitant step forward. I want to hold her one more time and beg her to stay. She steps back, and it's a move that signals all too clearly that she doesn't want me. I've driven her away. I freeze. I don't want you to go. I can't stay. I know what I want, and you can't give it to me. And I can't give you what you need. Again, true. Oh, please, Anna, let me hold you one more time. Smell your sweet, sweet scent. Feel you in my arms. Again, this is in his head, not out loud. Maybe if it was out loud. Again, if he said half the things he says in his head out loud, very different outcome. I step towards her again, but she holds up her hands, halting me. Please don't. She recoils, panic etched on her face. I can't do this. And she grabs her suitcase and backpack and heads for the foyer. I follow, meek and helpless in her wake, my eyes fixed on her small frame. In the foyer, I call the elevator. I can't take my eyes off her. Her thin, elfin face, those lips, the way her dark lashes fan out and cast a shadow over her pale, pale cheeks. Words fail me as I try to memorize every detail. I have no dazzling lines, no quick wit, no arrogant commands. I have nothing. Nothing but a yawning void inside my chest. The elevator doors open and Anna heads straight in. She looks around at me, and for a moment her mask slips, and there it is, my pain reflected on her beautiful face. No, Anna, don't go. Goodbye, Christian. Anna, goodbye. The doors close, and she's gone. I sink slowly to the floor and put my head in my hands. The void is now cavernous and aching, overwhelming me. Gray, what the hell have you done? And that is where we're stopping. And somehow we're on page 515. Let me see. What is the actual last page number? That is where the movie ends. Okay, what's the last number with a page number? 558. So there is exactly 1 week left of this book. I really gotta find where I put the other one because I noticed it's missing. But I'll find it. So we have 1 week left. Next week will be the last week with this book. We will be finished it. Though again, this is where the movie ended, so I have no idea what happens after this. Because this is where the book ended as well. But I was told these don't line up perfectly. So my guess, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, is that it's gonna be him like plotting how to get her back while spying on her. Because again, they only stay broken up for like maximum 3 days, depending on how you look at it. Like 2 to 3 days. So it's not very long. So I promise it's going to be him stalking her, making a plan to get her back, figuring out, like, again, what he did wrong and is not going to do again, and then putting that plan into action. Also, keep in mind, he's buying the company that she's just got a job at. So, like, no way in hell is he letting her go, even though he just said about 50 times that he should, and he knows that he should. He knows this can never work, but he still wants it. And so that's going to overrule everything, including her free will or anything that she said to him or any way they're incompatible. He's just going to be like, no, I want her. Therefore, I will have her. And we'll figure out the rest. She'll learn to be happy with me. She'll learn to love me for what I really am. Like that's what it's going to be. He's just going to like take the stalker shit and get louder with it. That is where we are. Page 515 out of a 588. Wait, did I? 58. 58. I was going to be like, I didn't agree to read 70 pages in 1 week. Oh. But yep, next week we will finish the book. however it ends, it's gonna end with him setting up the ultimate stalker plan is what it's gonna be. And we'll probably get some more stuff about Layla, like maybe he'll find her or try to find her or something. But also, we know that she was in his apartment tonight. That he didn't imagine somebody brushing his hair with their fingers. That was her. She was there. So we also are expected to believe that multi-billionaire guy has no security cameras in his apartment or in the elevator even, because she had to come up somehow. We haven't been told there's a staircase to his apartment, only an elevator. So, like, again, the lobby of this building, because he does, I don't know if he owns the whole building. He probably does, but the lobby doesn't have cameras. Even the back doors and like service entrances and stuff, they would all have full camera coverage. So Layla would have been seen somewhere. But again, if you have to make like the police not exist and hospital security not exist so that somebody on a cycle can just walk out, what's getting rid of the existence of security cameras or security personnel or changing your door locks or any of the things that you would do? Oh, I know, right? There's two more of them. Okay, there's two more. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, not bad. See, I wish I was the kind of person who bruised, though. And you took a couple layers of skin off, but I wish I was the kind of person who bruised, because this would look really nice for a few days. And again, I'm the person that likes those kind of things, so it's okay. When it's on somebody who doesn't like these kind of things, not okay. I refer to our national anthem, consent is everything. Wow, I gotta wash these because I have so much of my skin on them now. But again, that's a sign you had a good time. And let's not lose the key. Oh. Well, that was an interesting read. I'm gonna have to go back and highlight so much. I didn't want to stop every other line to be highlighting, but I am gonna go back and highlight a lot of that. And yeah, we'll see where we end up when it comes to burning this one. I'm not gonna wait so long, definitely. It's not gonna take me long to want to set this on fire, though. I'm going to be very careful because, as we've established, it's written on flash paper. I'm thinking of getting like a mini fire extinguisher. Possibly a good idea. But that is going to do us for this week. Thank you all for joining me, not only for book club, but for my birthday, in which I turned 38 years old. So old. And yet, my puppy still loves me. He's on the couch. And Kitty is probably also on the couch. So, love yourself, love a fur baby. Come back next week for the finale of Grey. However it ends, it's gonna be his stalker plan. It's gonna be his plan to win her back. I know it is. I know it is. I know it is, because it can't be anything else. But we'll see how poorly it's written and make fun of it and possibly get our last two ducks. I really want the last two ducks next week. For the finale of the book, getting the last two ducks would be really great. So we'll see what we can make of it. Until next week, I've been Insane Lane. Take care of yourself. Love on a fur baby. Have a great weekend, everybody. Have a good rest of your night.